welcome back to Dollhouse of Offerings. The items that the man asked for were easy to obtain. He was more than able to collect them on his way to and from work in the fields, or disposing of corpses. I got everything he asked for just the other day. What does he plan on doing with these things? While Asa had his doubts, he quickly cast them aside. It really didn't matter as long as he could do something about this. He didn't care if it just killed him outright. Words moments before disaster. He just hated the fact that he didn't do anything about Sen's impending death. Just as the man said, it was shameful for him as her father. The other guys here in the other villages, we're all up to our necks with this, and we'll show them. January 6th. While he was gathering the materials asked for of him, Asa had many encounters with those from the other villages. They had been acting inconspicuously so as to not draw officials' attention. The other villagers, like Asa, were also fairly smart, so they could discuss what was going on in their respective villages. I do like how it kind of jumps around to two different, because I think this is a prequel to the Karu and stuff. So this is how the box came. So we're probably going to see what actually fully sets it off. He was gathering many different things, so naturally he went to many different places as well. In the end, he was able to form various connections. Those guys are telling me it's only gonna end in a massacre anyway. We can't do a damn thing without any weapons. Asa shook his head as he walked. As he trudged on, his peers began to emerge. He knew everyone by face, and every single one of them was haggard.
Asa, mazuizo.
Jin crept up and whispered to Asa.
Doshita?
So, if you guys are new, and we have a couple new viewers in the Discord watching our supporters, if you guys like Nico Para, this is done by her. This is done by the creative Nico Para, who is apparently a woman.
うちの長屋の隣のやつとその二人向こうのやつらがけさ死んでやがった。
Asa cleared his throat before nodding back. I'm actually curious. Apparently Nico Para is nothing like this game. Like, I guess this was her trying something different. I did get suggested other games. Oh, you didn't know women liked fucked up shit? So here's a fun fact. If you ever actually want to see how fucked up female creators are, I'm not joking. Look up yaoi. Because a lot of that shit is dark. Like, this is apparently supposed to get dark. We do have another game that's supposed to be really dark that we'll look at as a Sinfully Fun Games very soon. Oh, I'm well aware. Then you should know we like dark shit. I write horror, motherfucker. You think I was an outlier? You know, Kim on the channel, she's just as bad. She's just as dark, and somebody's singing in the background. I wish the chat was up on the screen for, like, you guys on YouTube to read, because it's getting really funny. Yeah, no, women like dark stuff. I love writing really, 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 really sadistic things. I just can't put it in the comic. I can allude to it in the comic, but that's as far as I'll go, because we want that for kids. Let me put it this way. I've told this story before to you guys. I got in trouble in high school for something I wrote. That was just me doing a writing exercise, and I got sent to the counselor for a few weeks. And no, I am never reading it to you. It's cringy. Asa cleared his throat before nodding back. Why is this not working? That's why. The past few days, the weather had grown fiercely cold, and the villagers were dying off one by one. It wasn't just the weaker children and the elderly, but even the capable working men. Ito it? With the recent mouthwash ending, I thought of writing a darker ending.
運ぶ量も増えてやがる。だらしないとか奴らは言ってるが。
Does the darker ending involve cannibal? Is it a cannibal counter? Does anyone remember that exists on this channel for a reason? We still need to actually design the cannibal counter. Because people have asked for that as a sticker, and I have a question about every one of your motherfucking sanity. Because people want it as a hat and as a sticker, and I don't know if people are screwing with me or not. Because I'll be pretty mad if we actually make that and nobody buys it. Does the pool ghost count as such? The pool ghost? Yeah. No. That... Does that... No, that's... She's biting into a spirit, though. Does that count? Count as... Neckables? Oh god, that sounds like a really terrible Lunchable. Neckables. Who's hungry for some neckables? Oh god. I don't know. Does that technically count as cannibalism if you're eating a ghost? If you're taking a few bites off a ghost? Because it's not the body anymore. It's a ghostable. That's it. You're a ghostable at that point. Because neckable just sounds like a really bad Lunchable. And those... Okay.
てめえらが殺してるんだろうが。
Asa felt the same way. The days only grew harsher, and those who couldn't bear it simply died. The cold was simply the straw that broke their backs. The other villagers are probably the same. Shit. What the hell can I even do? We won't even have the strength to fight back at this rate.
貴様ら! そこで止まれ!
The official in front of them came running over. Behind them, the governor and around 10 samurai stood at the ready. Their swords, were all unsheathed. We did nothing.
へえ、なんでございましょうか、お代官様。
Asa was at a loss for words, but Jin immediately took the lead and bowed deeply before them. The other peasants did the same, and Asa hurriedly followed suit.
今朝海べりで多数のムクロが見つかった。漁師様にお仕えしているこの方々の仲間だ。
Is someone going for a kill count? The officials pointed behind him. Murderous intention filled their eyes, perhaps because their comrades were killed? What? Tensions were high, even Asa could tell. Resentment permeated the air, but Asa wanted absolutely no part in it. What the hell is going on? Just as he gulped the saliva that he had pent up, the officials that was looking over the peasants continued speaking.
見つかったのはそれだけではない。それよりもはるかに多くの貴様らの同輩のムクロもあった。
そりゃのたれ死んだのではありませんので。
のたれ死んだわけがあるか。
I mean, they could have all tripped on a rock. You know, I could have...
申し訳ありません。
The official, too, stopped himself from getting too worked up. The governor continued.
先だって本土から我らへのお達しがあった。
Holy shit, this man has like 9 chins. Wow. Jabba the Hutt got a job in ancient Japan.
尊き方々を襲った不届き者を檻に入れ、船で運んでいたが、海が乱れた隙にそやつが檻もろとも身を投じた。
Okay. Okay. So they're looking for the blonde guy. Hold on, I'm gonna change the audio. So they're looking for the blonde guy right now. Oh, background music is not too bad, so we're gonna keep that there. The music ends up being too low in recording. I'll try to fix it. So he's an infidel? No, that couldn't be who they're. I guess maybe.
生きているとも思えぬが、潮の流れからたどり着くとしたらこの島である。
Okay, yeah, okay. So he didn't come from the island, but he ended up yeah. So they know he washed up here.
死体や檻の残骸があればこれを直ちに知らせよと。
Absolutely, we will tell you. Like, the next day, we promise we're totally not hiding him in our house. Don't go looking. So that's the guy. A cage, huh? Is that the box he was talking about? No, he wasn't. Well, we know what box he was talking about. Asa hadn't even realized he was trembling. The governor looked around at the peasants who were all lined up.
下手人はおそらくそのものだ。そやつは我らと異なる異形のもの。見ればそれとすぐにわかろう。
I'm gonna be honest, Governor. That mustache just does not fit you. You might as well shave it off.
そうでなければあんなことができるわけがない。
お代官様、ここの連中は皆従順なものばかり。そのようなことを言われましても。
You're about to get hit.
やかましい。貴様わしにそれを言わせる気か。先ほどからいちいち口を挟みよって。
It's called groveling.
そんなめっそうもございません。
The official beside Jin looked at him and beckoned the Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, we're about to lose a friend.
こやつ何かを隠しております。切り捨ててやさがしいたしましょう。
The samurai replied all at once, "Sir," and stepped forward.
どうかお許しを。
Ooh. As he looked up to beg, his head flew clean off. Oh, fuck. We lost our only friend.
おやめください。私たちは何も知りません。貴様らは黙って控えておれ。
Listen here, you little shit. Ooh. The officials and a samurai barged into the shacks without hesitation. Forcing the doors open, they entered in pairs and began Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit, he's in our house too. Oh shit.
手迎えするものがあれば切ってよしと領主様より言いつかっておる。手ぬるい真似は無用だ。
You know what I'm wondering? If this is theoretically, I'm theorizing here because we don't know yet where this has to go, in between the stories. If this is Kyoko and Kaoru, so I'm hoping this is pre-Shiki, and how Shiki kind of took over the island. Because we don't know our guy's last name yet. It's pillaging time. Well, it's better than another thing. In the midst of the commotion, a scream erupted from one of the houses. It begins. Oh! On impulse, the peasant ran towards the shack. One of the samurai who was ransacking a house immediately cut her down. I don't think the Lord gave him the okay for this. What a mess. But what about him and Sen? If they found out that he was hiding the man, then Sen would definitely be killed. No, they would kill her just for sport. It wasn't just Asa. All the other peasants were glaring with bloodshot eyes at the officials. Hey, you want to have a revolution? Have a revolution on your island? This is a good way of doing it. After seeing one of the fellow villagers killed, no one could move a muscle. Asa with no exception. He hung his head down, eyes shut tightly. Please don't find anything. Just run, you two. He bit his lip so hard that it bled. The other peasants around him also bemoaned what was happening. All the while, screams and cries for help could be heard from shacks throughout the village. Those fucking bastards. Sen's voice was not part of the cacophony, and neither was the Outlander's. If Asa had heard her scream, he would have undoubtedly charged someone. I do like the animation stuff. While the officials continued inciting pandemonium, several villagers stood up after hearing the cries of their families, only to be cut down by the samurai. Asa kept his head down, only hoping and praying that Sen's voice wasn't one of the many in the commotion. I think the Outlander found a way to hit her. Hide her, either one. If he resisted now, he would die. Sen would likewise die. Hold it in until something happens to Sen. I have to hold it in. Asa's only form of resistance was to keep his ears wide open. I know that blood splatter. I've seen that. I've actually used that before. He didn't know when the screaming and crying would end, but he heard it dying down.
おらんか。貴様ら表を上げよ。
You know you just killed a mess of people who work for you, right? Just how long had it lasted? Asa gingerly raised his head. About a tenth of the villagers around him were gone, but who was to say their houses and those who resided within?
奴らしき者はおらんか。だがそれとおぼしきものがあれば直ちに知らせよ。よいな。
No one raised their voices, but they complied. The governor huffed and left with the officials and his samurai. Samurai! In the stillness left behind, Asa and the other villagers rose to their feet. About half of those who remained made a run for their ransacked homes. As for the other half,
もうダメだ。こんなことやってられねえ。行くぞ。仕事しなけりゃまた来るに決まっていやがる。かくまったから遅くなったんだろってな。
they trotted back to work in the fields, each heavy step filled with anger and despair. Asa was the former of the two. What's going on? Did he get away? What about Sen? Oh, I hope Sen's okay. He didn't hear her voice, so she must be okay. It's fine, he persuaded himself as he reached his house. The door was open, having been smashed apart. He could easily see inside. Perhaps the search was finished quickly. He had very few possessions to begin with, but the inside was not that destroyed. Apart from the little girl on the floor, his daughter,
Sen!
Asa fell on the floor and crawled over to his daughter, lying beside the wall opposite the mat where she should have been sleeping. Oh! Fuck! Come on! Oh, one of the characters we wanted to live. Did they do it, or is it just her sickness, I wonder?
Sen! Sen! おい、しっかりしろ!
So guys, who likes Nikopara in here? Blood bubbled from Sen's mouth. There was a cavity in the chest. Did they step on her? There was a cavity in the chest of her already frail body. Did they step on her? Oh, apparently this game gets worse, folks. She had been kicked in the chest and hurled against the wall. Even though she tried to speak, her voice was stifled. Oh. Rather, Sen had never been able to speak loudly.
Sen! ダメだ! 死ぬな!
Asa cursed his own foolishness. He was ashamed of himself for not rushing to Sen's aid, convinced that they would have killed her. But now it was too late for anything. Asa cradled Sen in his arms, shaking her like one would a baby. However, his daughter's body no longer had any strength left in it.
おい、なんだお前、それは。
Oh, is he really an Oni?
こいつだ。あいつらが探してたのは。
Kill him.
お前どこに?
There was some commotion going on outside. Asa looked behind him as he held the dying Sen in his arms.
ああ、センさん。
The Outlander peered inside. He didn't know where he had run off to or what he had been doing.
この Sen!
Asa was about to charge the Outlander, but he was stopped by Sen coughing up blood. He knit his brow in sadness as he walked inside. From outside the door that had been smashed open, the other peasants gazed in fearfully.
お役人に知らせねえとどうなるかわかんねえぞ。バッカ野郎！知らせて通りがないか！朝だけじゃねえ。俺たちも詰められて殺されるぞ。
He's not wrong. They probably will.
でもよ。
No, think about it. They probably will kill you all. Even if you didn't do anything. Since you were in the area, look what they did to people that work for them.
そうでなくても、ああだったらどうする?
He could hear them yelling at each other outside. It seemed that no one was on the watch because of the uproar from earlier. If they were up to something similar to the other villages, then they would have been short on hands, he thought, and he hated how rationally he viewed the situation. By the way, Shadow Wolf, your package is here at the house. I gotta finish opening it. I was hard to open it in the car because Kiwi kept wanting it. He could only blame himself for not choosing to stop them, for not letting himself be killed instead of Sen. Perhaps because of that, some part of him had given up.
なんなんだお前なんなんだよ
Use your alchemist powers.
お前だけじゃねえあいつらもみんな違うじゃねえかなんでこんなに違うんだよ
Differences in comprehension, in status, in type, Asa wailed and lament at all of them. See, this is how you do injustice right in something. With a pained look, the Outlander placed something by Asa.
箱かあんたが探してた箱
It had an eccentric design engraved into it, but it gave off an air of nobility. It was the same size the Outlander had told him.
はい。おかげさまで見つけることができました。
You're welcome, save my damn daughter.
多少騒ぎにはなったようですが、私の代わりも置いてきましたので、そのうち収まるでしょう。それと、こちらを。
He laid the box of a similar size just beside it. It too possessed a beautiful exterior, one that even Asa could honestly admire. Sen's breathing, muddied from her blood, hurt to hear. Asa strained his arms, holding his daughter, trying his best not to let go.
あんたが作ったのか
はい。こちらは私のものですから。やはり、あなたが使うなら、あなたのものがよろしいでしょ
わからねえそんなただの箱を使ってどうしろって言うんだよ
Are we getting demon babies again? Tears streamed down his face. Asa begged for him for an answer. He responded by stepping to the side, showing what lay behind his back. I summon an Oni. He screamed, cowering and frozen in fear. It was a man from the group of samurai, but he had died with an expression far removed from human. Show it! His insides were so twisted that he could see it even through the skin, while his arms and legs were bent in strange ways. Show it! He could tell the man's final movements had broken his own limbs because of the unbearable pain inside. Show it!
う。こちらの言葉では、小鳥箱と申します。
小鳥箱子供を取るのか
He's just very low. Hold on. Is it me or is his audio just very, very low? Just a little bit. I can barely make out Asa's lines. The Outlander nodded in reply to Asa's hoarse voice.
取るものは子だけにとどまりませんが、特に子を取ります。
You know, thanks to one of you, I can't unsee the Full Metal Alchemist reference.
好むと言っても良いでしょうか。たとえ立派な男でも、ご覧の通りです。
Is that supposed to be when Hughes dies? Are you saying Kisa killed Hughes? Is that what you're saying? I think that's Hughes, right? He's the one that died in the phone booth, right? It's been a couple of years since I've watched Full Metal. He displayed the corpse once again.
直後に手当てすれば、命を拾うこともあるでしょうが、間に合わなければ死に至ります。
Yeah, that one I remember. Somebody, okay, I'm not joking with you. There were two people at the con this year. Somebody dressed as the dog and another had their kid with them. Like, and the dad was leaning down doing the fusion dance with his daughter as the dog. It was fucked up, but it was funny. There were a couple people that didn't get the joke, but everybody else that saw it were like, oh god, yeah, no, it's real. I wish I had filmed it. It was hysterical. Like, it was an actual little girl, and her dad and you know, her mom and dad were there, and her dad was just like the dog. Not that version, but like the pre-dog. And he would get down on his knees and he would do like a little fusion dance from the top, like the movements to her, and she'd do the rest of the dance, and then they'd touch fingers, and it was really, really terribly funny for the rest of us that knew what the joke was. Not gonna lie, I kind of clapped at that one. That was kind of funny. It was fucked though. I should have filmed it. It happened. We had just walked by when it was happening.
こうなせる女性であれば、特にそこをしつこく壊されます。
I really hope to God they hadn't shown that kid. Because she was doing, like, she definitely has watched Dragon Ball Z because she nailed that fusion dance. That shit was so twisted. I really wish, like, it had switched, like, the dad could switch the costume into the monster, but no. It was just them doing that, and then they'd get, you know, they'd get people taking pictures of it, and then they'd walk away. But, oh God, that poor dad had to be on his knees so much that day doing that with his daughter, because so many people were stopping him. Because we saw him throughout the con one of the days. I think they came the next day, like, in a different costume. They were doing different costumes every day, but that was the most twisted, fucked up one, and I went to a horror con, so that tells you something on levels of fucked. There was also the chick, and I realized it was a chick, you couldn't tell, that did Am from I Have No Mouth.
助けることができたとしても、もう二度と女としての役目を果たすことは叶わない。
I showed you guys the pictures too. She was really, really happy because I was apparently one of the first people that got her costume. Because all I did was walk behind her and I saw the hate on her back, and I got super excited. And I said, excuse me, is that Am from I Have No Mouth? And she got super excited too. She's like, oh my God, somebody knows who I am. I'm like, oh fuck yeah, I do. I love that story. Then she let me take pictures.
それは
And there were a ton of we got a Pyramid Head Congo line too. Like half of those fuckers were blind, so that was even funnier. It was a very, very short little Congo line, but it happened. It was just a bunch of Pyramid Heads, and at the front, you had Heather as a Pyramid Head. And then at the back, you had James, just like the guy playing James just pretended to look terrified. But, you know, he's at the back of the Congo line. He was safe.
はい。血が潰れます。家が潰れますね。
Even though it was a smaller con this year because of the hurricane, it was pretty funny. Yes, I'm trying to ignore the fucked up story we're getting. Yeah, the sticker, I've seen that. Somebody was selling that sticker at the con. That's what they were doing too. But you have to imagine the dad had to get on his knees just to be able to do it. He was doing like the top part of the fusion dance while the kid was doing like the whole fusion dance since she was short. Asa cleared his throat. He knew now why the peasants, the villagers, feared him.
外からこうして押さえておけばそうでもないのですが、中の箱を開けてしまうとどうしようもありません。
Do it! Open it! Give me the choice.
セン、わかるか？あ、夫だぞ。しっかりしろ。
I mean, she got her chest caved in. She didn't get oh, she got thrown into a wall. Never mind. Can we give credit to the voice actress for this? These aren't exactly easy to do these kinds of sounds. Like, you really gotta work at them. Sen grunted as if to deny Asa's pleas. Being her father, Asa knew that she was trying to say.
助かるに決まってるじゃねえか。そんなこと言うな。言うなよ。セン。
I need to know if Nikopara is this messed up. The Outlander watching Asa placed the newly made box before him.
どうぞ、お使いください。朝さんには助けていただきました。
So you were lying earlier when you said you couldn't say. Well, you couldn't.
センさんがこうなったのは私にも責任があります。
Yeah, let the demon free.
いや、違う。あんたは悪くねえ。俺も悪くねえ。
Asa yelled tearfully, even though he knew he was partially at fault. He couldn't help but say otherwise.
あいつらだ。漁師のやつら、大官、役人。あいつらさえいなければ、センは、俺たちは。使うぞ。あいつら全員、そこのクズと同じように殺してやる。
Do it. Revolution, revolution.
そう言っていただけるなら、私も作った甲斐があります。ですが、まだこの箱は足りないのです。
Are you gonna ask for our soul? Come on, can we just get one box that doesn't demand our soul?
何が足りない？何でも言え！あいつらを殺せるなら何だってしてやら！
はらむことのできる女性の腹です。正確には小袋を詰めていただきたい。
Okay, I mean, alright, okay, I guess. We weren't planning that one. Do they have to be alive or can we use a dead body? Asa choked. Sen's hoarse voice echoed in the room. He looked at his daughter. You have like 5 minutes before she's dead. You better hurry.
確実に復讐されるなら、7つ入れるのが望ましい。ああ、センさんのは使えますよ。
Don't use Sen. There's like, okay, I'm sorry. How many dead bodies do we have right now? I'm pretty sure you can find one.
栄養が足りずに止まっているだけで、しっかりと来ているのは確認済みですから。
Okay, wait, what? Outlander, I'll feed you the damn box. How do you know that? Please just don't even explain how you know that. We're just gonna all pretend we didn't read that line. Asa looked at his daughter, gasping for breath. Her eyes were cloudy and unfocused. This was written by a woman. Y'all get to sit through that one now. Still, she called out to him with a smile, and she knew.
そのままですと、センさんはまだまだ苦しんでから死にますね。それで、どうしますか、アサさん。
The Outlander looked pained, as if he couldn't bear to see her suffer anymore, and then spoke.
なんだってしますか。
Could you have not drawn him with a smile on his face saying this stuff? The words he spoke did not match the movement of his lips. Oh, no! Bad Dad! You could have found an easier way. The last sight he saw was seared into his eyes. Oh, hey, this is back. Even in his sealed-off consciousness, the same scene played back over and over again. He couldn't even make a sound. He couldn't see, he couldn't hear, he couldn't smell, nor could he touch her soft skin or hair. Despite the death of his senses, there was one that still remained, the sense of pain, the incessant nagging at him. It pained him that there was nothing he could do as death continued drawing closer. The things he had lost continued to torment him, but yet he couldn't die. It wasn't as if he had any chance to escape, but he never gave the idea a thought in the first place. Can we go back to Corpse Party? Okay, you're considering Corpse Party better than this? Because we'll do it, motherfucker. We'll go back to Corpse Party. Oh, so kids getting hung by the rafters is easier on you than this. He didn't even want to shout for them to stop. He only continued to feel the pain that hounded him. He believed that by doing so, she would still be there. Why? Why did he? As if chewing on her in his mind, it was the first time in his life he continued to accept the pain as best he could. Yeah, no, at this point, put the gun to her head. He did so not by anyone's orders, but because he himself wished for it. But what about her set off the box is my question. Both of them, I want to know what set the box off. His heart was being ground up like wheat on a millstone. Between his pain and his memories, that was the one thing that was certain. Think of the rabbits, kiddo. For a long, long time, no matter how finely he had been ground up, he was never reduced to nothing. Oh, you guys are fine with the Digimon killing, but this is getting you. I love my chat. I warned you. Tell me about the rabbits, George. He gave up. He could disappear at any time. But the pain wasn't difficult, so he continued to embrace it. If he did so, then perhaps she too. He became lost in his thoughts over and over again. No, perhaps nothing had changed. No judgments, no measures were likely meaningless. That which was never changing, the pain that he never wanted to let go of. He didn't know what to call it. He didn't know, he didn't understand, but he wanted it to remain forever and ever. Digimon deaths aren't graphic. You haven't seen the game, you don't know. Kyaru opened his eyes without uttering. Kyaru gazed about the room in a daze as he slowly returned to his senses. He realized that that in itself was abnormal. Yusaka Karu was a man who did not experience stupor. He was normally fully conscious immediately after waking up, like a switch being flipped. Well, he didn't feel ill. He didn't think it was strange. He did think it was strange. In the first place. You just gonna keep reminding us of that? Is Kyoko alright? Don't worry, guys. Tomorrow you have Super Mario. He'll get a palate cleanser tomorrow. The thought came to mind, and he determined she was likely safe. With calm collectedness, he took stock of his circumstances. Fuck, that was a bet. See, no, this is just the next part of, remember when we ate the mushrooms in Deathmark 2? This is just what happened. This is what happens when you have bad shrooms. Let's make sure. More than that, he wished to confirm it himself. His arms and legs moved. He could feel the breeze blowing in from the window. The pain was certainly in his chest. As he doubted his situation, he tried to move his limbs again. They feel heavy? The stiffness of his movements didn't match his natural speed. From what he remembered, the cause was likely due to badly atrophied muscles. He focused power into his core, his chest, his neck, his ears. All of them were much, much weaker than he remembered. From what I can tell, I suppose it's been 2 years? Given his understanding of his own body, he was able to estimate just how long had been. Have you been unconscious for 2 years? He poked his nose up, trying to smell the air. There was a certain freshness to it. Is this the mainland? No matter how deep in the mountains they were on Nanawa Island, they weren't that far from the ocean. Taking that into account, based on what Kyaru smelled, there should have been a hint of the sea breeze mixed in. His lips twisted as he slowly sat up. With each passing second, he adjusted for the difference between the body he knew and the body he had now. The way things are, it'll be difficult for me to continue working, exactly as I was taught. Though, since being taken in by the Shiki family, I was told that wouldn't be necessary. Take a shot at this point every time they show that. But things might be different now. 2 years had passed, and this ward was not on Nanawa Island. Did they send me to the mainland after seeing my condition and deciding that I couldn't be treated there? Wait then. Of the Shiki? What then of the Shiki? I was joking, don't take a shot. Is Kyoko alright? Is she waiting for me? Kyaru clenched his fist and took a deep breath. The pain in his chest dissipated, and the discomfort vanished in the blink of an eye. Work may not be possible, but this should be enough to strangle someone. Or we can just do that. In any case, I don't know what's going on back on Nanawa Island. Raising a commotion would only cause trouble for Kyoko. Am I getting worked up? Relax. Me, the things I can accomplish right now are limited. Since birth, while he had his own individual power, he never had any ties to the kind of power that was grounded in groups or politics. Hence, he had a grasp on what the hypothetical enemies were, as well as the limits of what he could accomplish with brute force on his own. Chatzer's being weird now. I'll have to stay put and gather information first. In any case, I'm a patient who's been asleep for years. I'm going to be asked some questions now that I'm awake.
看護婦さ
はい。
There was a woman in a lab coat in her late 20s who passed by the ward. He gave the nurse a smile.
ん、おはようございます。
She was shocked. She was so shocked that she didn't even bother picking up the documents and other things she had been carrying before running off.
先生、あの患者さんが目を覚ましました。寝たきりの矢坂さんです。先生、どこですか？
The entire hospital erupted in an uproar. It was a little too loud for his ears, having just woken up, but perhaps he could pick up some regarding his circumstances. It would be better if I couldn't move. He twitched his body in small movements as he pondered his options. His muscles were loosening up on their own now that their owner was finally awake. Although his organs were weakened, he could eat. He still had enough strength to get out of bed and run about as fast as a normal person. Calm down. He reminded himself again. He might still have some time as they're preparing their test, but a doctor was sure to come in the meantime. It wouldn't be too late for him to ask. No, it was already too late either way. Little pebbles struck the window nearest him. Okay, this is new. Everyone's like, yay! You know what kind of game this is, folks. Kaoru looked out to where it came from. It was a girl who had climbed up the tree. His room was on the second floor.
おはよう、矢坂九郎さん。九郎って呼んでいい？
She does look like she's having a more modern day uniform.
首をひねらないでよ。僕は九郎のぞみ。よろしくね。
Kyaru looked upon the girl, Kyoru Nozomi, with a doubtful gaze. Judging by her way of speaking, she seemed to be a lively sort of girl. Her slender body and facial muscles were well proportioned. If he had asked a random passerby, there was a good chance they would consider her beautiful. Compared to Kyoko, though, she was still on the younger side and hadn't filled out in certain areas. Her body was not one made to bear children. It was immature and yet to fully develop. Or perhaps puberty just came for Kyoko early? He couldn't help but use her as a standard, but there seemed to be an overlap between their faces. Kyaru couldn't quite tell just yet.
ねえ、ここ開けてよ。黙ってないでさ。ねえ。
Sorry if you guys hear Miko eating in the background. Kyaru shook his head to tell her no. He hadn't even met the doctors yet. There was no telling what they would do, what they would think if he did anything unnecessary.
せっかく九郎が目を覚ましたって聞いたから急いで会いに来たのにな。
Is there a reason for her to rush?
気になった？気になっちゃった？もうしょうがないな。今なら許してあげるから早く入れて。ほらほら。
Seeing Kurio Nozomi, I almost want to say Kaoru just by her name, beckoning him to do as she said, he couldn't sense any ill will or malice coming from her. What do I do? In the first place, why did she have to climb a tree?
九郎ったら僕に見とれちゃった？やだな、もう僕ってば罪作りなんだから。でもお金は取らないから安心していいよ。視線が冷たくなった。冗談だよ冗談。でもジロジロ見る苦労にも問題があるんだよ。
Well, I am single now.
こんな美少女をそんな目つきで見てたらお医者さんにも勘違いされちゃうかもね。入れてくれなかったら苦労に襲われそうになってたって言っちゃおうかな。
We can push you off that tree, you know.
君の態度次第だけどな。
That would be a problem, but it doesn't sound very convincing when she's outside the window. Wait, what if they already knew I was... what if they already knew I was a Yasaka? Any sort of trouble will still reflect badly on me. It differed from person to person, but even those from the mainland considered the Yasaka to be some clan of diabolical evil spirits. Maybe they would think that Kyaru fooled her with some mysterious mind trick and seduced her.
ん？どうする？ん？
You want to find out what gravity is?
いやー、目覚めたばかりで婦女暴行の容疑者になったら行くところなんてなくなっちゃうかもね。
You're sitting up in a tree. I want you to explain that to the doctor now. I want you to explain to the doctor how you're outside the closed window in a tree and I tried to assault you. Checkmate. Throw a rock at the tree.
せめて一言くらい話してくれない？
Don't say anything to her.
なんか惨めになってきたんですけど。聞いてます？
She's only going to be trouble. Kyaru decided he wasn't in a position to be taking care of little kids. He decided that even if Nizumi was to pin some false charges on him, he could just deal with it afterwards.
あれ？こっち見てよ。もう苦労ってば。ごめんね。ちょっと僕調子に乗っちゃったかも。
When Kyaru looked away, Nozomi leaned toward the window in desperation. Yep, she's gonna find out what gravity is. Suddenly, the branch that Nozomi was on bent sharply, causing her to fall forward. She lost her balance and tried to grab something to steady herself, but she slipped. This is God sorting it out, it's fine. Kyaru leapt from the bed, threw the window open, grabbed her by the neck, and pulled her into the room. Aww. Could have let God sort this out. Held in Karu's arms atop this bed, Nozomi had a coughing fit, bringing tears to her eyes. It was only natural, since even if Kyaru held back, he had still grabbed her by the throat.
無茶しすぎだ。
それを君が言うかな。もうちょっと丁寧に扱ってよ。
You wanna go back out the window? Cause we can do that to you. You can go right back out there. There is literally no one stopping you from going back out there.
それにさっさと窓を開けてくれればこうはならなかったんですけど。
We don't even know you.
見知らぬ相手を窓から部屋にあげるのか。
ただの相手じゃないでしょ。
ただの？
That's modern day talk.
そう。見知らぬ美少女からグイグイ来られたんだから喜んで招き入れて叱るべきでしょう。そのあたりどうなのよクロ。
We have time shenanigans going on, don't we? Even with a finger pointed right in his face, Kyaru was completely unfazed as he shook his head.
どうもこうも呼び捨てにされる筋合いすらない。
冷たい。
見捨てなかっただけ感謝してほしい。
そうだけどさ、でも助けてくれたよね。
さすがに見捨てられないからな。
Window Kun almost finally got his just desserts and got somebody. Oh.
それに、近いもんね。近い。
Why didn't we let her fall again? Nozomi's cheeks suddenly grew flushed. as she fiddled with Kaoru's chest with her fingertips. Why is every girl that this guy meet and be horny?
体硬いね。
Look, the other one was just sexually repressed. What's this chick's excuse?
苦労ってばやっぱり優しいんじゃない？僕の見立て通りの好青年だもんね。
そう言ってもらえるのはありがたいが、そろそろ降りてくれ。
Look, don't tell her to get off. She might actually do it.
まだもうちょっと。あと少しだけいいでしょ？
Why is every chick that this guy meets like perpetually horny? What does this guy give off?
そう言い続けて居座るつもりだろう。
仕方ないな。
He couldn't tell whether she was happy or upset that he saw right through her. She pursed her lips and chuckled as she moved out of Kiaru's arms and onto the floor.
改めてこんにちは。それともおはようございます。ここの入院患者の九両のぞみです。
By the way, guys, I finally set up the Cash App thingy. It should be linked in the description. If it's not, just remind me.
おはよう。そっちは俺の名前を知ってたみたいだな。
知ってるも何も、九郎ってばここに運び込まれてから丸々2年も眠ってたんだよ。僕は僕で入院生活が暇で仕方なくてさ。だからずーっと眠ったままの君はなんで眠ってるのかとか考える時間が山ほどあったってわけ。
God, you're a fast little talker.
美形じゃないけどきっと頼りがいはあるし、多分僕みたいな美少女には優しくて、何かあったら抱き留めてくれて。
I'm married.
細身だけどすっごく肉が詰まってるから腕っぷしも抜群で、なんていうか男を純粋に煮詰めたような人かなって。
Did you look at her dick while we were asleep? Because now I'm kind of worried you looked at her dick while we were asleep.
それが目覚めたって騒ぎになったから早く顔を見たくて窓から来たの。だって正面からだとお医者さんに止められちゃうもんね。もちろん想像だけじゃなくて看護婦さんに内緒でこっそりいじってたから、苦労の体のことなら何でも知ってるよ。
I was joking! I didn't think she actually did it! Nozomi's smile deepened after dropping that information.
だから心配しないで僕に頼っていいからね。
Every chick this dude meets is like perpetually horny.
つまり俺は君の暇つぶしのおもちゃにされていたわけか。
そう聞こえた？
Yes, because that's what he was to you.
聞こえたが。
違うよ。おもちゃになんてしてないし、むしろ憧れの対象っていうか、こういう人だったら素敵だなって想像して僕が勝手に楽しんで。
Nozomi was flustered, hiding her mouth behind her sleeve while averting her gaze.
そういうことだよ。
I have no idea what sort of thing she's talking about, but at least she isn't hostile toward me.
そうか。
そう分かってもらえて何よりです。
Kyaru pondered why Nozomi fell silent after their exchange. Most likely she had fantasies that she had entertained from while his body was still asleep. They were the same sort of fantasies that young girls go through puberty held about men. Those fantasies came out somewhat twisted thanks to the long, idle hours that she was left with during her extended stay in the hospital.
苦労、軽蔑してない？
していない。
そっか、よかった。もうだったら甘い言葉の一つでもかけてよね。
それはともかく。九両さん。
のぞみ。
いや、それは。
のぞみ。
Just throw her right back out the window.
そう呼ばないとすっごくすねるよ。
わかった。のぞみ。
何クロ
Nozomi offered a genuine smile from the bottom of her heart. She tilted her head slightly. It was an adorable gesture. Feeling his agitated mind settling a little, Kyaru asked a question.
俺は2年眠っていたんだな。
正確には2年と2ヶ月。急にこの部屋に運ばれてきて、それからずっと寝てたんだよ。
他に何か知っていることはあるか？
クロウがどこかの島から運ばれてきたってことくらいかな。
俺以外にはいなかったか？
この病院にはクロウだけだよ。ただお医者さんも看護婦さんも詳しくは言いたがらないんだよね。クロウの診察記録にも名前しかなかったし、どこもおかしいところはない。なのに眠り続けてるんだもん。お医者さんもサジで入れる以外飲み食いしてないのに、どうしてこんなに健康なのか不思議がってたよ。
生まれつき丈夫なんだ。
そうだよね。
Horny!
こんなにたくましいんだもん。
Get the stick, folks. We need a bonker. She's worse than Kaoru. Or Kyoko. I miss Kyoko! Kaoru winced at her hot, clingy stare. Since earlier, Nozomi's eyes, smile, and aura seemed to shift to ones beyond her age, as if a switch flipped between them during different points in their conversation. Hers were different from Kyoko's, which only heightened Kaoru's caution. Regardless, there was nothing this small girl could do against him, unless, of course, she had some sort of special power. Yeah, apparently the power of being horny.
八坂クロウさん、大丈夫ですか？のぞみちゃん。
どうも見に来ちゃった。
一体どこから？自分の部屋に戻ってください。八坂クロウさん、ご自身のお名前はわかりますか？
The nurse seemed to be agitated, asking Kyaru for his name after just saying it out loud. Kyaru assured himself of his own name mentally just to be sure. You just hear her saying his name like 6 times and then, what's your name?
八坂九郎で間違いありません。
わかりました。別室で先生がお待ちです。検査を行いますので。
Upon hearing the nurse's prompt, Kyaru stood up and the nurse's eyes shot open.
立てるんですね。
おかげさまで。案内していただけますか？
はい、こちらです。
After the nurse left, Kyaru followed suit. He turned back to look at Nezumi, who stood by the wall.
クロウ、またね。
Stay away from my dick. Nozomi waved at him with a smile. He replied with a small nod and left the room.
かわいい。
No, he legitimately makes every woman he sees horny. So we're gonna end it here. So thank you guys so much for joining me. And those watching live, you guys are awesome as always getting into this game. See you guys next time. Welcome back to Dollhouse of Offerings. We're once again doing this around supporters. So, if you guys would like to support the channel, please think about becoming a member on Patreon or Subscribestar. Because as of the making of this video, I don't know if I'm monetized or not. The poor chat's like, yeah, no, this is going to be great. Let's pick this one. And then they remembered what it was. Chad made mistakes in life. The doctor racked his brain, puzzled as Kyaru sat in front of him. Beside them stood the nurses who had initially called for Kyaru. Even after the multitude of exams, the results stated that, compared to a normal human being, he was perfectly fine. Both the doctor who conducted the exams and the nurse were left baffled. I don't feel that discomfort anymore, but I'm definitely in much worse condition than before. Kyaru determined that he had returned to a normal level of physical performance, but he hadn't caught up to his condition 2 years ago.
八坂さん、大丈夫ですか？病み上がりですから、疲れたら言ってくださいね。
ありがとうございます。
He gave her the best smile he could manage and politely nodded back. The hospital itself wasn't the largest a facility, so there were only 4 nurses, her included.
体のどこにも異常は見受けられませんね。これから機能回復のための訓練を、と言いたいところですが。
The doctor eyed Kiaru's physique almost too closely before smiling in resignation.
八坂さんにはその心配もなさそうですね。念のため数日様子を見て、それからまた決めましょ
う。わかりました。
Though it was a few days away, it wasn't as if Kiaru had any place to go, as much as he wanted to return to Nanawa Island as soon as he could. Nobody's gonna forget that image. Right, I need to go back.
私は七原島から運ばれてきたはずですが。
七原島の名前は存じていますが、その程度です。
Whoops. The doctor strengthened his tone of voice as he replied, without a hint of consternation, as if he had wanted nothing to do with it. He's not hiding anything, but he's distancing himself. It was one thing if he were to speak ill of Kiaru, knowing that he was a Yusaka. However, the doctor didn't seem to know the inner workings of Nanawa Island or of the Yusaka. He didn't dislike him to the point of shrinking away, but he seemed to want to avoid further ties. Is another force from somewhere exerting pressure on them? If there was a possibility, it would be on the mainland side, but as things stood, it was too early to say for sure. In any case, it looks like it'll be difficult to extract any information from him. I'm no good at torture either. I mean, that's where you jump to this.
八坂さん？
いえ、ご存じないとすると、私は本格的に根なし草になりますので、身の振り方を考えていました。
気が早いですね。まだ時間はありますから、ゆっくりと考えてください。
はい。
それから、これを。
The doctor gestured over to the nurse, who brought over a fairly large wooden box.
大丈夫ですか？少し顔色が悪いですよ。
いえ、大丈夫です。
Your wife? The box he held was not as large or intricately made as that box. Kiaru took it and shook it up and down, but it was light.
あなたが目覚めて、落ち着いたら渡すように言われていました。様子を見てからと思いましたが、体はとても健常ですし、むしろ後から渡す方が不安に感じると思いまして。
なるほど。
Everyone's just going to give him boxes to mess with him now. Perhaps the doctors felt bad that he couldn't explain any of Nanawa Island's circumstances to him, so maybe the doctor assumed the box could be of some small consolation to him. Kaoru glanced at the doctor and the nurse. They both seemed quite interested in what he would do with the box.
これは、病室で開けさせていただきます。
構いませんよ。患者さんそれぞれに都合がありますからね。
The doctor smiled as he replied. It had none of the perverseness that he had seen from the Kazus. This doctor was simply that, a doctor who toiled to help and heal people. He had no intention of treating Kiaru like some kind of guinea pig.
それと、もう十分健康だと言われましたが、私自身としては、やはり不足を感じています。
もっともですね。
はい。ですから、調子を取り戻すための運動を許可していただけませんか。
Reminds you of Brock from Pokemon? Did Brock just become a doctor?
敷地内で済ませますし、大きな音も立てません。
After giving it some thought, the doctor nodded.
いいですよ。 ただし、いくら静かにすると言っても限界があります。日の出前の早朝や深夜は遠慮してくださいね。
では、日の出から日の入りまでで。
はい、そうしてください。
Oh, what did I do? Just as Kiaru was about to move out of his chair, the doctor raised a hand to stop him.
それと、大変申し上げにくいのですが、
私はここの患者ですし、2年間お世話になっています。何なりとおっしゃってください。
はい。
The doctor bowed in a sincere gesture of apology.
クリョウさんが随分とやんちゃをしたようですが、これからもご迷惑をおかけすると思います。どうか、穏やかにご対応していただけませんか。
ああ。
She did seem like she was going to come after me again, but that it really, okay. Something the doctor has to apologize for? There's a translational error. Brock is a Pokemon doctor. Fuck off. Kiaru glanced at the nurse as she sighed in exasperation.
理由を伺っても。
はい。患者の事情を軽々には漏らせませんので、お教えできる範囲になりますが、そこをまずは承知していただきたい。
Seeing Kiaru nod, he continued.
九両のぞみさんは、あなたが運ばれてきた2年前より以前から、この病院に入院しています。私や看護婦たちの覚えている限り、見舞いに訪れる方もいませんでした。
However, she continued to be hospitalized, and the staff seemed to be fine with it. Kiaru thought back to Nozomi's behavior earlier and asked a question.
彼女は病気ではないのですか？
いいえ、病気です。
ですが、木に登り、私の部屋の様子を伺っていました。
病気です。
In the head.
病気です。
In the head. Perhaps her parents paid well, but she had circumstances that needed people to keep quiet about it. That's what the doctor implied, and that he didn't know how long he would have to keep it under wraps as well. Kiaru concluded that it was probably a secret that the doctor would bring to the grave.
不憫ですね。
Kiaru remarked out of courtesy, but the doctor nodded with much grief. It was nothing but courtesy, as Kiaru had absolutely no attachment to Nozomi. All he knew was that it was typical to feel sympathy or pity for someone in a situation like that. Kiaru didn't know whether he felt that way himself. No, you just keep attracting the crazies. No matter how beautiful she was, she didn't hold a candle to Kyoko. But the image of her that he now recalled...
八坂さん？
いえ、大丈夫です。
Kiaru shook his head to clear his mind. His thoughts really were distracted, on edge and lost. That wasn't good. It's good to treasure Kyoko, but it's not good to disregard the generosity of goodwill of others. At the very least, what Nozomi showed him was not hostility. She was young, but that part resembled Kyoko as well. She's not like insanely horny.
クリョウさんにもできる限り優しくしましょう。
お願いします。あの子は退屈しきっていますから、そう言っていただければ何よりの慰めになります。
The doctor looked at the nurse and smiled.
君も、のぞみちゃんが八坂さんのところへ行く分には勘弁してあげてくれ。
先生がそうおっしゃるなら。ですが、そう言われるのは心外です。
ん？
これでも十分、目こぼしをしているんですよ。あの子ったら、八坂さんが目覚める前から部屋に入り浸って、寝顔を眺めたり、手を握ったりしていたんですから。
He keeps attracting crazies.
こら、当人の前だぞ。
The victim's right here.
クリョウさんから直接聞きましたから構いませんよ。
I love that I saw several people are typing.
あら、もう伝えていたんですね。八坂さん、迷惑でしたらいつでもおっしゃってくださいね。
The nurse crossed her arms and heaved a sigh.
のぞみちゃんは素直で可愛いといえば聞こえはいいですが、直情的でどういう行動をするか予想ができなくて。
まあ、木に登って病室に侵入したがるなんて、普通のあの年齢の子はしないか。
そうですよ。人と関わる機会が少ないせいで、人との距離の取り方もわからない。理髪ですし、育つ余地はたくさんあるのにもったいない。
The nurse looked at Kiaru with a genuine expression of concern.
八坂さん、どうか大人の対応を見せてあげてください。私たちも努力していますが、患者と医者、看護婦という立場では限界があります。
She's telling you to slap her. She's been hospitalized here with illness as the pretense. Whoever's responsible pays well, so she probably the daughter of her rich parents. It must be difficult to deal with a girl like that. However, he didn't sense any sort of refinement or class in Nozomi herself. The only thing that stood out were how capricious she was and her overly chummy nature.
ここに入院している間は、精一杯お相手しましょう。
ありがとうございます。
Kiara returned a smile to the nurse, who bowed deeply to him. After a bit of friendly chit-chat, he returned to his room. Light from the setting sun filled the room. Kiaru got up and turned his attention to the wooden box. Yeah, this is not going to end well. It's different from the box. Seeing as the doctor was asked to give it to Kiaru, this box must have been from at least 2 years ago. He wondered why did he suddenly collapse 2 years ago, and why could he not resist it? Kiaru could not understand, but because of that, Kyoko... How many times are we going to see this in one episode? Kiaru bit his lip and opened the lid of the box. A letter, and this is... Beside the folded letter was a small paper package. Kiaru opened it. Kyoko's hair? In his large palm he held a bundle of hair. From the texture and from the smell he could tell. He was used to this sensation, and this belonged to the girl whom he was supposed to have spent his life together with. Kiaru's nose twitched as he grabbed the other package inside the box. It, too, smelled of Kyoko. But yes, the smell, the stench. Kyoko? It was of flesh and blood, substance that turned black. But it stuck to the paper, long dried out. I'm sorry, is that her eyeball? However, there was no mistaking it. It had looked at Kiaru. It pined for him. It continued to wholeheartedly convey to him emotions that he never knew. It was what looked at him when she asked to be a family with him, Kyoko's eye. He took the eyeball and looked at it like it could crumble into dust at any time. With his other hand, he clutched her hair. Closing his eyes, he took those two objects and brought them to his forehead as if in prayer. Kyoko, how could this... No, I want somebody to time this when this is up on YouTube. Is the screen moving around? It is. A stifled voice leaked from his mouth as if he had forced it out, but he shed no tears. No matter how much he groaned, not a single tear fell. Kiaru thought it was because the emotions of sadness that a normal person felt did not apply to him. That was why he couldn't cry. He didn't feel the sadness that warranted crying. Instead, he gritted his teeth. He could only growl like a beast. For some reason, that only hurt Kiaru deeper, causing him even more grief. She died. You missed that earlier. He didn't know how... You've seen the flashbacks. That's what happened. They opened a box. They had a box, and the box was bad. He didn't know how long it had been since then, but he remembered having a cursory conversation with the nurse and eating his dinner. While he didn't raise his voice, his mind was in an incoherent haze. Only the desk next to his bed was the wooden box, with its lid shut. Inside the box lay Kyoko's hair and eyeball. Kiaru gritted his teeth as he took the letter placed beside the box. He wasn't so foolish that he didn't know what its contents were. If you're reading this letter, it means you're still alive. That much we should celebrate. This is Sensei's writing. He thought back to the example letter forms that Yasaka Io showed him when he was learning how to write. She was the type to speak straightforwardly without pretense, but her letters were polite in their address. There was no return address on the letter itself, intended to keep its sender secret. At the same time, it was also intended for Kiaru to be able to tell, judging by the handwriting.
言葉を飾っても意味はないので、簡潔に記す。四季家の者は皆死んだ。道元様、頼道殿、由紀子殿、そして四季京子。
Kiaru clenched the letter in his hand, taking care not to rip it. He continued reading.
遺髪だけではあなたも信じないだろうから、眼球を同封する。他の臓物は体内でちぎられて、見るに耐えないありさまだ。近日中に、二良家が今回の騒動の収拾をつけるために七名家を集めるが、その席に、八坂も呼ばれている。あなたがそばにいて指揮権を守れなかった。そう難癖をつけて、八坂を取り込むか、放逐しようとする心づもりだ。いずれにせよ、私とあなたの処罰を要求してくるだろう。私の自決と引き換えに、あなたを除名するよう話を運ぶつもりだ。誰かが責任を取らなければ収まりもつかないからな。だからあなたがこれを読んでいる今、私は生きていないだろう。あなたは私の傑作だ。あなたが生きることほど嬉しいことはないのだから。
The hand that held that letter shook. Sensei had just informed him of her death, for Kiaru's own sake, no less.
最後に、七原島に戻ってはならない。もう、あそこに、あなたの縁となるものは何もない。あなたに復讐はわからない。だから、めったな行動に出ることはないだろうが、念のために、もう一度、七原島には戻るな。地獄の底から、あなたの幸いを祈っている。
So the letter ended, the strength drained from Kiaru's hand. He opened the box and crammed hastily folded letter inside.
先生が死んだ。道元様も指揮家は皆。
We're absolutely going to the island and doing something stupid.
京子も。
I legitimately want somebody when this is on YouTube to count how many times we've had that flashback. He stopped himself from speaking any further and clenched his teeth. Oh my god. Okay, that's gotta be like the 9th one at this point. If only he had saved Kyoko, then she would not have died, and alas, he could not. Oh, fuck off at this point. She died. Her final moments continued to haunt him without end. It's a good piece of art, but dang, man. Kyoru's chest hurt. He couldn't understand what caused the phenomenon.
これからどうする？
Even as he muttered those words, there was no reply back. Just as Io had written, thoughts of revenge hadn't resurfaced within Kyoru. What alarmed him more was that what caused harm to Kyoko, he couldn't protect himself and Kyoko died. The truth of the matter was what was crucial to him. His heart did not turn to darker emotions as humans were wont to do. Humans were wont to do. I know it's supposed to be humans would want to do. Oh, translations, do I love you so much. This is still a lot better than one of the games we're doing on the Twitch. And Kick. Won't is correct? It's pronounced want? I'm not blind, fuck you, I know it's won't. I know how to say won't. Stop that. I really don't understand. I'm serious? No, prove that you're serious on this. I don't believe you. Won't is correct, it's pronounced want. You mean won't want to do, right? Won't want. Are you talking about that saying? You're supposed to have both of them together. Hold on, there's no fucking way. 1 second. Holy shit, he's not lying. He just pulled up a dictionary thing to prove himself. Me have big brain. No, I've never heard it done like that. That might just... Is that like an older English thing? It seems like it is. Yeah, it's older and more formal. Okay, that's why. Then it's not used very often, but it might still be used in Japan, that's why. There is something wrong with me, Kyoru once again thought to himself as he lay back down on his bed. No, I want somebody to count this flashback, please. Kyoko. In those final moments, he couldn't reach. And now she too was somewhere he could never reach. Mulling that over, he closed his eyes. Convinced that on the brink of sleep, he would relive the moment in his dreams over and over again. When he fell asleep, he saw the same scene over and over. Okay. Back then, he couldn't reach. Back then, it slipped through his hands. He had no excuse. He'd been built to accept such facts as reality. But he'd even lost her and had been cast aside. What was he supposed to do? His chest felt tight. What was he meant to do from now on? He didn't know. He simply didn't know. As such, he simply continued watching her for all eternity. That didn't sound so bad. Such a vacant thought crossed his mind.
こんばんは、クロ。
So that's where we're going to leave it for today. So thank you guys so much for joining us. See you next time. Hello and welcome back to Dollhouse of Offerings. A completely wholesome, not at all bad game. Absolutely everyone ends up with a happy ending, right? Everybody watching? All my supporters? The voice called his name as he opened his eyes. Also, forgive my voice. I'm still getting over being sick. He got up and found Kyoru Nozomi right next to him, sitting on his bed. I didn't notice her getting this close to me. Perhaps the dream was to blame, or maybe he was losing his edge. It could have been both.
ひどい顔色。
Nozomi stroked Kyoru's cheek, her fingers even more slender and supple than Kyoko's. Unlike the touch of a woman he was familiar with, Nozomi's skin was warm.
話がしたくて来たけど、やめた方がいい？
Lady, it's 3 in the morning. Off.
いや、平気だ。
うん。そう言うなら。
Nozomi acted both childish and mature, her annoyingly cheerful attitude from the afternoon nowhere to be seen.
ねえクロウ、君は辛いことがあってここに来たんだね。
Maybe.
そうなのか。
そうだよ。じゃなきゃそんな顔はしないもん。それに苦しがったりはしてなかったかも。
のぞみは素直だな。
嘘はつけないたちなんだよね。苦労がもっともっとひどい様子ならいっぱいつけ込めたかな。
つけ込む？君が？
Yeah, no, you got caught on that one.
今のなし忘れて。はい、忘れた。
そういうことにしておこう。
苦労は僕に優しいね。それとも誰にでも優しいのかな。
Kyaru paused indecisively for a moment before answering.
優しいかはわからないが、態度を変えることはあまりないかな。
Somebody needs to take a counter of how many times that thing is going to show up. Kyoko might have been the only exception, but there was no need to bring up the deceased.
それ僕だけにってできない？
どうして？
本気で言ってる？
ああ、意味がわからない。
Nozomi let out a deep sigh and shrugged.
君って女心がわからないって言われない？
言われないな。
本当に？
本当だ。
Kyoko had only ever spoken well of him. She'd never disparaged him in that matter. Disparaged. She was a bit of an exception, though.
何？今頃僕に見とれちゃったの？だとしたら遅いにも程があるけど手遅れじゃないから安心してね。だってもともと僕は君をたぶらかすために来たんだから。
What is this chick's problem?
たぶらかすとは。
What is her issue?
今のもなしでお願いできますか？
Absolutely not.
本音を隠すの苦手なんだな。
Nozomi was at a loss for words. She looked up at Kyaru and pouted.
そうだもん。僕は素直で可愛い女の子だから嘘ついたり騙したりしないもん。
Take a shot.
どう？こういう女の子。
No, take a shot every time the other image pops in. I think you'll probably be dead before one episode's over.
そんなことはない。どちらかといえば、素直な方が好ましいんじゃないか。
It was just a general statement. Kyaru didn't really have an opinion on it either way, but I can't read today. I haven't read in a while. It was just a general statement. Kyaru didn't really have an opinion on it either way, but he judged this was way the safer route. Fuck it.
そうだよね。君も素直な美少女に迫られたらどうしようもないもんね。
Doing visual novels first thing in the morning. I am smart. Nozomi leaned forward, looking up at Kyaru all the while. The childish and innocent smell of milk mingled with something akin to the scent of an aroused animal. What is with everybody and this dude? What is with everybody and this guy?
いいよ、クロウ。
I'm gonna get a screenshot. Sickeningly sweet voice slipped through her beguiling lips and numbed his ear. Right now, Nozomi was a girl, a woman, one he never could have imagined judging by her looks and age.
俺に体を許す理由は何だ？
Now that it had come to this, Kiaru resigned himself to being incapable of stopping her. It was just like with Kyoko. What's more, as he was now, he had no reason to refrain. Not like when he had to consider his status in House Shiki. He had nobody to stay faithful to anymore. If the doctor's story was true, then Nozomi had also been half thrown away.
ダメとか言わないんだ。僕も欲望に素直な人好きだよ。
She is completely messing with him.
理由になってないぞ。
Kiaru put his hand on Nozomi's shoulder and held her back. She moved her warm fingers from his cheek to his hand, tracing its outline playfully.
大きい手。ゴツゴツしてて男の手だって感じで。意識しちゃうな。
Nozomi didn't take it any further. She simply traced Kiaru's unusual large hand, panted, stuck her tongue out like a snake, and licked the contours of her lips over and over. Yeah, she's messing with him. Time slowed to a crawl, and all they felt was each other's breathing and body heat.
だって暇なんだもん。
She muttered, suddenly returning to her childish self.
ずーっとここに入院して朝起きてブラブラして寝て起きての繰り返しなんだよ。入院してくるのはしょぼくれた人ばっかりでさ。そんなのが何年も続いてもっとちゃんとした人が素敵な人がね来ないかな、来たらいいなって。だって僕出来損ないのゴミだもん。だからって死なせると角が立つから病気ってことにされて、そうなのかもしれないけど、でもさ。
So what exactly is wrong with her? Tears pooled in her eyes, and she clung tightly to Kiaru. Her voice echoed through the dark hospital room.
こうなるといいな、こうならないかなって思ってて、そういう人が本当にいて。
She sniffled as a tear ran down her cheek.
ずっと死ぬまで何もしないで暇なまんまで、それを君を好きになって潰したいって思うのはいけないこと。
妥当だ。
After a short pause, Kiaru answered.
妥当？
君がそうしたいと思うならそうすればいいし、それを誰かで埋めたいと思うのも無理のない話だ。
そうだよね。黒はちゃんと分かった上で言ってるんだよね。
ああ、分かってる。ただ、それ。
Oops. He was resigned to being incapable of stopping her, but Kiaru had no intention of simply being swept along in the flow. He understood her circumstances, he agreed with her reasoning, but that was a separate matter.
ひどくない？ここまでしてはしご外すの？今のそのまま僕をキューって抱きしめてくれる流れだよ。
勝手にかけられたはしごだからな。
Nozomi tried to get closer, but Kiaru's firm grip on her slender shoulder, didn't allow her to budge.
だったら僕と取引しよう。
Nozomi suddenly put on a proud look and released the strength out of her body.
君は僕を好きにさせてくれる。その代わり僕が君の入院費用を負担する。どう？
What the fuck is with this chick?
ああ、先生も看護婦さんも苦労を気遣って言ってなかったんだね。
Yeah, you give them the sticker shock after they're cured. Kiaru silently nodded.
君が預けられた時のお金は1年半くらいで切れちゃってて、あとは先生の温情で寝かせられてたんだよ。まあ、ほとんど食べさせなくても大丈夫だったみたいだし、排泄もほぼなかったらしいから。冬眠してるクマを置いてるみたいな感覚だったのかもしれないね。
つまり俺は数日後には金を請求されて、ここから追い出されるのか。
そういうこと。
しかも払うあてもないから借金か。
うむうむ。ねえ、職もなくて借金から始めるってさすがに苦労でもきつくない？
She's a little bit of a con. That sounds rough. Kiaru tried to think of a way to make money, but couldn't come up with any ideas. He didn't even know the price of goods on the mainland or what the market price was for housing, and then there was the debt to deal with on top of that. No matter how he looked at it, he would be left out in the cold on the streets, having to resort to crime or be wrung out like a towel working a shady job for pennies. Even if he got his body back to peak condition, he didn't have any contacts to find a job. The situation seems pretty futile, hopelessly so. Thinking back on Io's will, she wanted to avoid such a predicament. Even if it had been a breeding ground, she'd been the one to raise him.
それで借金持ちで無職の苦労はどうするのかな。
それ、借金の相手が望みに変わるだけじゃないのか。
何言ってるの。僕は好きな人に借金を背負わせて束縛なんていいね。
Alright, so she's more twisted than our last chick.
俺は良くない。
He's gonna kill her.
冗談だよ。そんな姑息なことはしないので安心していいよ。
Doesn't she mean she's incapable of it? So he thought, but he didn't say it out loud.
僕は君を好きにする代わりにお金を払うんだし、もしもそれで割に合わないと思うなら、そうだね。
Did she just turn us into a hooker? She I didn't expect this. Alright, that's not where I saw this game going. Jesus. Then a mouse squeaked.
僕が貢いでるって思えばいいんだよ。こんな痛いけな女の子が君のことを好きお金いっぱいどれだけでも払いますって貸し付いてるの。
And we just got a sugar mama.
よくない？男冥利に尽きない？僕は好きにするけど君も何をしてもいいんだよ。
Like, her smile tells me this is gonna get messed up.
何をさせたって
I love that he has a look that he could give less of a fuck that he's here. Like, look at his face. He is not paying attention to her in the least. Nozomi's imagination ran wild as she shook her head to ward off such thoughts. The hunger in her head, and then hung her head and looked up at Kiaru with upturned eyes. There wasn't a single person present who knew his quiet muttering was actually rather strange of him. Oh, he's gone insane. So that's where we're going to leave it. So thank you guys for joining. You guys didn't totally miss any kind of scenes. There wasn't anything raunchy. This is a good Christian game, and we'll see you next time. Welcome back to Dollhouse of Offerings. The next morning, Kiaru stretched his body in the garden after going out to see the sunrise. My body is in good shape, and my mood is fine. Oh, you just got laid. He thought back to yesterday's events and Nozomi, who was still lying in bed. She had been in bed since falling asleep, so he wiped her down with a towel and laid her back to sleep as he left. Maybe it would have been better if I stayed with her until she woke up. Nozomi was not his lover, nor his fiancée. He had no need to be mindful of her, nor did he have any intentions to. Love-making between a man and a woman can be quite compelling. I suppose its knowledge alone was worth the experience. First, I was bought by the Shiki family, and now I'm being supported by a young girl. It seemed like he was destined to have ties with troublesome women. Thinking about it that way, he found some consolation in his situation. But what do I do now? He closed his fists, mentally noting how they felt. He could tell just by last night's tryst that his body was much weaker now than it was 2 years ago. If I retrained myself from start to finish, it would take me about a month before I'm back to normal. He had enough muscle to beat or strangle someone to death, barehanded, but not enough to crush the skull. In the same vein, it was difficult to move without making any noise. While he could avoid heavy injuries after being shot with a gun, he doubted that it would be the case if he were taken by surprise. 2 years ago, he was confident that he wouldn't be mortally wounded unless he received a whole volley of gunfire. There's no point in dwelling on the past.
あら、八坂さん。おはようございます。
おはようございます。
He nodded at the familiar-looking nurse, who had just stepped out of the hospital building. She nodded back in return. Behind her, others dressed in a similar outfit followed.
早いですね。早速運動ですか？
気が流行ってしまいまして。迷惑でしたか？
いえ、私たちは自分の仕事をするだけですから、お気になさらないでください。朝ごはんはどうされますか？昨晩のように病室に運んでもいいですが、こちらにお持ちしましょうか？
Kyaru gave some thought. He was about to conduct a series of consecutive drills. Once he began, there was a good chance he'd forget the time because he was so absorbed in his exercises.
ありがとうございます。握り飯でも病室に運んでおいていただければ、戻り次第食べさせてもらいますので、お願いしてもいいでしょうか。
構いませんよ。他にも困ったことがあったら言ってくださいね。
Kyaru hesitated to continue, but decided it would be better to say it now than be warned about it later.
実は昨晩、のぞみさんがまた来まして、そのまま寝てしまったんです。
早速ですか。
はい。ですから、彼女を探すなら、俺の部屋に行ってください。それと、
言いにくい迷惑をおかけしましたか？
敷布が汚れてしまったので、取り替えてもらえますか？
汚れ？
見ればわかる話なので言ってしまいますが、昨晩彼女に迫られまして。
は？
つまり男女のまぐわいです。
That's a way to put it.
はあ？
This poor nurse. The nurse's eyes grew wide. She checked around for others before furiously approaching Kyaru.
八坂さん、何をしているんですか？あんな、まだ子供ですよ。
そこまで子供ではないと思いますよ。
そうかもしれませんが、仮にも入院している子に目が覚めてすぐ手をつけるなんて。
言い訳に聞こえるかもしれませんが、つけられたのは俺の方です。
True. Yeah, no, it's true. The nurse's mouth sat agape in exasperation before she finally cleared her throat.
私たちからは、のぞみちゃんにやめろとも言えませんね。
It looks like they really are being paid to be quite a bit of hush money. Kyaru seemed to be convinced that that was the case. The nurse gave him a once-over from head to toe and then gestured for him with her finger.
男女の仲になるのもご自由に。ですが、私たちに迷惑のかからない範囲でお願いしますね。
敷布が汚れるのくらいは大丈夫ですか？
そのくらいでしたら引き受けます。漏らす患者さんもいらっしゃいますから、大して変わりません。ただ、他の方たちの噂になるのは覚悟してくださいね。
事実だし、仕方ないな。
それと。
The nurse raised her tone of voice to emphasize the gravity of her words.
この病院には、のぞみちゃんよりもっと幼い患者さんが多数いらっしゃいます。悪影響が出ないよう、十分に気をつけてください。
わかった。しかし、ここの患者は年齢層は低いのか？
そうですね。
The nurse's expression suddenly darkened. She looked up towards the hospital.
感染性はないと判断されましたが、完治の見込みの薄い患者さんが多く送られてきます。
なるほど。
So patients that aren't as young with a similar condition are dealt with before even making it here? If they were still children, then there was still a chance to recover as they matured. That way they could still contribute, either as part of the workforce or as successors to their family. However, those who were already advanced in years would only be a liability. Thus, this led to the tendency for young people to be the ones in the hospital, as they were the ones that some hope for the future.
繊細な子が多そうだな。
のぞみちゃんもですよ。
そうだな。
八坂さん、立派な体をしているんですから、あの体格差でするなんて、正気とは思えません。
俺もそう思う。
でしたら自重してください。のぞみちゃんものぞみちゃんです。まったく、怪我していないか調べておかなくちゃ。
あと、もう一つ聞いていいか？
The nurse was just about to turn and leave, but Kiaru stopped her. He gestured with his hand to express a certain length.
木材でも金属でもいいんだが、使っていいのはないか？長物を振りたいんだが。
建物横の倉庫に補修用の資材が転がっています。木材でよければ好きに使ってください。
ありがとう。
Kiaru offered a smile to her in thanks, and the nurse left afterwards. She still had her hands full preparing breakfast, changing the sheets, doing the laundry, and helping the doctors with their work. I'd best take care not to add to her list of burdens. Kiaru thanked her again silently and walked towards the storage shed with a lighter gait.
クロ
うん。
Kiaru threw a sideward glance to whoever called for him, and there sat Nozomi.
僕ずーっと君のこと見てたんだけど、気づかないのってひどくない？
Can we switch you for the other one? Oh yeah, no, he's just thinking about it.
もしかして分かってて放置してた？
用があれば声をかけるだろう。
ひどい男がいるよ。昨日あんなに激しく抱いて愛し合ったのに、そういう態度はないんじゃない？
Made love. It was true that they had intercourse, but of sentiment of love was the last thing on Kiaru's mind. In the first place, Kiaru hadn't the slightest idea about love. And that said, he did understand why Nozomi was upset. She was different from Kyoko, who approved of anything he did.
そうだな。配慮に欠けていた。
分かってくれればいいの。でも僕としては目が覚めた時にいてくれた方が良かったななんて思ったりしちゃうんだ。
一緒にはいなかったが、体は拭いておいた。
そうだよね。最低限はしてくれたよね。
She's bitchy. Kiaru knit his brow at the girl who seemed to be busy changing facial expressions every half minute.
不足があったか？
いいのいいの。拭き方が雑だったのは確かだけど、そのおかげでここにまだ君の注いだのが残ってたんだよ。
This chick has no shame. Nozomi pulled up her blouse and patted her stomach as if to accentuate it further.
寝台から降りたらさらっとしてツーって君に散々広げられたせいでチンチン痛むし、
She has no filter.
僕犯されて思う存分注がれたんだなって実感が湧いて気持ちよかった。体も勝手に動いて恥ずかしくて、今まですごく嫌いだったけど、あんなに気持ちよくなれるならこぼれちゃうくらい種付けしてもらえるの大好き。
Now that will get me pregnant, Nozomi smiled wholeheartedly.
まあ、俺も良かったよ。
そうだよね。あんなにコポコポ吐き出してそれで良くなかったなんて言われたらショックだよ。もしかして僕の体に溺れちゃった？いやー参ったなー。これから昼夜問わずねじ込まれていっぱいにされちゃうんだ。こんな気持ち僕だけじゃないって思ったのに。
You're a child. Like mentally you're a
一度
child,
覚
I
えた
should
ら
say.
やめられないよ。どうしてみんな平気でいられるの？
みんな望みほど発情してないからだよ。
さっき聞いた、苦労のバカ。
わかったから、くれぐれも他の人の前でそんなことわめき散らさないでくれよ。
そのくらいわかってるよ。僕だって君がいいからこう言ってるんだし。
You've been yelling it though.
こういうのも半分くらいわざとだったりしてね。
Yeah, it's not working.
いや本気だよ。わざとじゃないよ。本当にずっとしてたいからね。
まあ、分別がついてるならそれでいい。
Is she not holding herself back around me because of the combination of her superior position of shouldering my debt, together with her own dreams and desires? That certainly made things even more complicated, but given their current circumstances, as well as what the future could hold in store, he couldn't cut ties with her. Of course, he found some enjoyment in mating with Nozomi as well. In a blink of an eye, Nozomi settled down. Paying her no heed, Kiaru breathed a sigh and began swinging a carved wooden sword. That is a good image. I really do like that. Again, the art is fantastic. His body had moved 5 meters forward as he swung the sword. After that, he slashed upwards, then thrust. By the time he finished his entire range of moves, he had already progressed 30 meters. A sword really doesn't feel quite right. On top of having to take care not to crush the sword in his grip, it lacked the weight if it didn't have an iron core. On the other hand, it was just right for him to retrain his muscles and internals. Placing some strain on his hands would end up giving his whole body a full workout. Training in moderation was something that Kiaru wasn't good with. He would keep going until his grip felt right.
僕が見始めた時より すごく速くなってる。まだ続けるの？
そうだな。少し休憩するか。
He had been at it since morning, so the rice balls were most likely already sitting in his room. Kyaru's metabolism wasn't that strong, so he didn't feel hungry, but that was a different matter.
苦労って綺麗に動くよね。
そうか？
なんていうか、神様か仏様が動いてるって感じ。
Neither God nor Buddha kill people for a living. I'm pretty bad with swordplay.
見てるとすっごくゾクゾクして興奮する。
God, at least Kyoko was fun horny. You're just annoying horny. After refreshing himself, Kyaru headed back to the hospital building, but he stopped to face Nozomi.
とんだ性癖をしてるな。
性癖ってそうなのかな。そうかも。そうだね。君が動いてるの見るのが好きな性癖かも。僕の下で動いてるのもすっごく良かったよ。
認められても困る。
困られちゃった。
照れるところか？
喜んでるんだよ。僕はね、苦労を困らせられるのも嬉しいの。
Women are complicated and mysterious beings. How many times had the thought crossed his mind already? Meanwhile, Nozomi's gaze fell onto his wooden sword.
興味があるのか？
君みたいには動けないとは思うけどね。どう？
Kyaru handed her his sword in hopes that maybe this could get her sex-addled mind out of the gutter.
うわ、結構重い。うわ。
She swung the sword up and down, looking for the right spot to hold it. Are her muscles actually well toned? Kyaru tilted his head back in thought and called out to Nozomi when she stopped moving.
俺みたいにと言うなら、真似てみるか？
If she refused, then it was as simple as that. At least that was what his intention was.
よろしく。
Nozomi seemed strangely enthusiastic.
まず、そのまま振り上げるんだ。
持ち方とかいいの？
いい。
Nozomi did as Kyaru instructed and raised the sword above her.
これでいい？
よし。そうしたらゆっくり30数えながら前に出て振り下ろす。
1、2、3、4。
After her slow countdown, Nozomi brought the wooden sword down. Both of her arms and legs were quivering as she fell to the ground.
長いよ。何これ。なんでこんなに疲れるわけ？
力を入れて全身を動かしているんだから仕方ない。
いや。もしかしてずっとこれを繰り返してるの
Nozomi was gasping so deeply that her shoulders were heavy. She looked at Kyaru in disbelief, who nodded in reply.
年だともっと短いが、俺は剣術が苦手だと言っただろう。だからこのくらい時間をかけて徐々に早めていく。
意味わかんない。
そうだな。
After summoning up a crucial points, Kyaru began speaking.
早く動くのは簡単だが、それをゆっくりと行うのは難しい。勢いがないからな。だからゆっくりと力を入れて正確に動くことができれば、それを早く行うのは簡単だ。
なるほど。
あとは力を入れやすい形を探りながら繰り返してなじませていけばいい。自分が求めるところに追いつかせるだけだ。
なんか雲行きがおかしく。
音を立てずに切りたいのなら、できるようになればいい。一歩で長い距離を進みたいなら、それもまた可能だろ
クロ。
う。うん。
君のその基準、おかしいからね。
だから、俺なりのやり方だって言っただろう。いや、言ってなかったか。
真似てみるかって言われたからやったのに。
Nozomi was still in disbelief, but she laughed it off.
しかし、筋は良かった。初めてで最後まで振り切れたのは初めて見た。
本当に達人になれる？
それは保証できないが、多少俺よりはマシになるんじゃないか。
なんだ。君と一緒にはならないんだね。
木刀を握りつぶした。だから、その加減を覚えるところからだったが、結局、あまり身につかなくて、最終的には素手になった。
じゃあ、
Nozomi,
なんで今さら剣術の鍛錬なんてしてるの？
I accidentally clicked out and then clicked back in.
身につかなかったからといって、おろそかにしていいわけじゃない。どうせやるならまずは苦手な部分。都市では使われにくい筋肉と臓器から鍛え直すべきだ。
クロって意外と理屈屋だよね。
そうか？
そうそう。案外教えるのなんか向いてるかもよ。
いや、それは。
ねえみんな。
うわ、バレてる。おい、押すなよ。
そうそう。バレバレなんだから観念して出ておいで。
どうする？しらばっくれて逃げようぜ。でも、そうしたら後でうるさいよ。それはめんどくさい。
聞こえてるよ。分かってて言ってるんだよね。喧嘩売られてるのかな？
待って待って！
A small group of children emerged from the shadows after one of them pleaded for her to calm down. We're gonna find out how these poor kids probably die next time. I'm joking. Nobody... I can't say nobody's gonna die. We kind of have proof that's gonna happen. So thank you guys so much for watching, and don't forget to check out my Patreon and subscribe star, and check out my shop for lots of new items. Bye, guys. Welcome back to Dollhouse of Offerings.
隠れて見ていたのは君らか？
はい！兄ちゃんすげえな！剣の達人なのか？こら！
ごめんなさい。お昼を食べていつも遊んでるとこに来たら木刀を持ったこの人がいたのでつい。
Their appearance varied, with some looking healthy and others looking pale, but all of them looked up towards Kyaru.
君、この子たちが覗いてるのに気づいてたの？
まあ。
He certainly hadn't dulled to the point where he couldn't notice being stared at, ever being... I messed it up. He certainly hadn't dulled to the point where he couldn't notice being stared at. Ever since going out into the garden, he had felt his eyes focused on him. Since the morning, even.
まあいいや。君たち、見ていたならわかるように、この人は剣術の達人なのだよ。諸事情で入院しているんだけど、復帰のための鍛錬をしてるんだよね。
いや、俺は。
With a tug, Nozomi pulled Kyaru in closer.
ねえ。
Her intent was clear as day. I'm paying money here, so you just do as I say. Got it?
達人ではないが、多少心得はある。
あれで多少なんだ。すっごい。
そう。でもね、大 誰かに教えるのも自分のためになるということで、教え子募集中なんだよ。
じゃあ俺たちもいい？教えてもら
八坂さん、先生。
そう。クロウ先生と呼ぶといいよ。そして僕はお手伝いの美少女ののぞみちゃんだからね。待って、ねえ、その反応結構傷つくよ。僕も一緒に鍛えてもらうんだから仲良くしよ
える？のぞみちゃん平気なの？
すっげえめんどくせえ。
まあまあ、のぞみちゃんだって頑張るよ。
この子たちは。
信頼されてないんだな。
苦労までそんなこと言わないでよ。もう分かってると思うけど、明日から昼過ぎにはここで集まって剣術を教えてもらうからね。
She already decided? He knew that he had no rights to decline. Still, even he was troubled at how things were going, but he couldn't get a word in edgewise. From what he could tell, all of the children were patients of the hospital.
体調管理はどうするんだ？看護婦さんを引っ張ってきて見ててもらうわけにはいかないだろう。
そこはほら、僕が見てるよ。
君たち、それでいいのか？
しょうがねえよな。
まあ、
のぞみちゃんは頼りになりますよ。
Shy boy likes her.
多分ね。
多分。
ざっくりとしすぎだ。
Even as Kiaru groaned, he turned to face Nozomi.
やりたいのは分かったから、医者からの許可をちゃんともらってきてくれよ。
任せといてよ。
Nozomi crossed her slender arms in a show of confidence, though she certainly didn't inspire much.
君らも、俺は鍛錬してるだけだぞ。自分たちで遊んでいた方がいいんじゃないか？
In response to Kiaru's suggestion, the children exchanged glances before speaking.
飽きた。
毎日いろいろ変えてるけど、ねえ。
遊び道具もあんまり変わらないし。
つまり僕同様、みんな飽きて暇なんだよね。
Though none of them looked her in the eye, they all nodded.
苦労にはみんなの暇つぶしにもなってもらうけど、僕が第一なのは忘れないでよね。
He regrets every decision up until now.
苦労先生。
分かった。教えるよ。
Everyone erupted in a cheer of joy, and the children exchanged high fives. It looks like my rehabilitation is going to be delayed. It was only natural that his progress would be slower if he had less time to dedicate to training.
これで苦労もみんなから親しんでもらえて、僕の献身的な態度に好感度もうなぎ登り。いやー、僕が恋人でよかったね。ほらほら、感謝は形で還元しなくちゃいけないよ。どうすればいいのかわかるかな？
Nozomi grinned from ear to ear, elated. Seeing her expression, Kiaru was unsure what to do. Kiaru swung a wooden sword. Having reached a good stopping point, he let out a shallow breath. Even that exhalation was impeccable, whatever, to a human hearing. He remained there like a plant in the wind, breathing for a few seconds before lowering his sword. Much like every other day, Kiaru devoted himself to his training. The hospitalized children received medical checkups and took lessons until noon. It was fairly improbable for many of them to return to society, and some would even depart this world, Perhaps it was some show of parental affection to ensure they had a bare minimum of education. Nozomi chose me as a toy to help ease her boredom. He didn't really get the sentiment, but he did understand her logic. Having nothing to do was troublesome. Too many things came to mind. Kaoru wasn't so weak-minded that he'd shirk away such thoughts, and he felt like it'd be fine if continued this way for all eternity. This thing is just never going to go away, is it? It's the fucking sound effects. He felt the slight ache in his head, as if a minor incision had been made in his skull. At the very least, Kyoko was still in there. If she was to remain carved into his mind forever, never to be parted from him, he couldn't ask for more. This is the kind of thing they tell me they don't understand, huh? The doctors and nurses pitied him, but from his perspective, he simply had a gaping hole inside of him. Kyoko was in there, but she wasn't there. Would something else eventually fill that hole? Did he want something to? He knew for sure that he would never think so. As such, this was best for him, and he wished to remain this way. Again, I like the art. I'm trying to figure out how old Kaoru is and all the other characters, because I don't think it ever says it. No, it doesn't. I have no idea how old they actually are. He can't be... he's got to be like under, like maybe 17 or something, given the time frame. Maybe 16? He readied his wooden sword once more, staring straight ahead. Maybe 18. I don't remember when they would get married at that point, but they could have both been 18. It's coming back. He was in the process of regaining what he had lost in both mind and body. He had all the time in the world to do so. Perhaps it was a blessing that there was no need to rush. Still, his progress is slower than expected. As for the reason?
クロまた一人で素振りしてるの
I can't wait for this chick to get killed off. It was definitely Kuryu Nozomi's fault.
これが一番鍛錬になる。
Kaoru turned to face Nozomi as she stepped out from the shade of a tree, lowering his sword as he did.
そうは思えないけどね。君自身得意じゃないって言ってたでしょ
Nozomi drew closer like a slithering snake, pushing her fingers against his chest.
なのになんでそればっかりやってるの
She stuck out her index, middle, and ring finger, tracing them along his chest, so naturally reminded him of the nightly sex they'd been having.
さあな。
あれもしかして興奮してる苦労ったらしょうがないんだ。ま、この僕の体だし、許してあげよう。
She stuck her tongue out and slowly licked her lips. As usual, the act was unfitting for her childish appearance, but also alluring. Still unaccustomed to this, despite having slept together several times, Kiara's body reacted. This is why sex with her was so amusing.
どうも。
淡白な返事ばっかり。あんなに僕の体をむさぼってるのに、その態度はないんじゃない？
そっちこそ、あれだけ乱れてるのに、まだ照れてるのか。
乱れてないよ。あれはクロウが興奮して大きく勃起してもらいたいからわざとやってるんです。
Totally. He's like, yeah, no, I believe it. Yeah, sure.
だってあんな立派なの僕なんかに入れてくれてるんだから。
Jesus, she's like always horny.
いっぱいほじくって広げてなじませてもらえるように誘った方がいいでしょ。
つまり最初から最後までしっかりと意識があって冷静で計算づくであの地帯を晒していたと。
I love his reactions.
だよ。見事に騙されてくれるんだから、まったく苦労もちょろいよね。
わざとやるのは知女だな。
苦労だけだもん。他の人にそんなことしないし。
いいや、定義に当てはめるとそうなるんじゃないかと思っただけだ。
そっか。よかったの？僕、君だけだからね。本当にそこだけは信じてよ。
Nozome's eyes turned feverishly moist, either from anxiety or lust, as she snuggled up against Kiaru. Their clothes rustled against each other.
わかった。信じる。
不安にさせないでよ。
A sigh escaped her innocent-looking lips, but there was also an air of carnal lust present. The man inside Kiaru couldn't help but react to that display. Nah, it was more like he was being trained to react. He found that rather amusing.
ねえ、僕が知女なら、昼間からこんな場所で大きくしてる君はなーに？
Just bop her on the head. Her bewilderment vanished. The moment she spotted Kiaru's stiff penis, she proudly brought it up.
僕はここでしたって全然構わないよ。苦労が頼むなら、どこでだって股を開いてあげる。
She looked up at him, whispering as she stroked his crotch. Her slender fingers treated the ferocious... What, bitch? You're doing it in fucking public. God damn it. Why, though? Blazing organ through his clothes like the most precious of treasures. He just looks like he doesn't even give a shit. That is the best part about all of this. She's doing all this and he just looks perpetually bored by it.
あれ？黙っちゃった。なら、僕の好きにするよ。
Nozome didn't even try to hide her delight as she gripped his shaft, confirming its shape.
このまま誰かに見られるかもしれないのに。
Just tell her no. Clear gulp rang from her throat as she opened her mouth to put on a show. And that's where we're gonna leave it. We'll see if she gets stopped next time, everybody. Thank you for joining me. Bye.
兄ちゃん、何やってんの？
Nozome sprang up as the voice called to them from afar. She backed up half a step, somehow maintaining her posture. She swallowed the great building of saliva in her mouth. The gesture almost looked like she was gulping down semen.
垂れてる。
She hesitantly wiped her spit from the corner of her mouth, her movements still somewhat sensual.
何って自分の稽古だよ。お前らに教えてると時間ばっかりかかるからな。
確かにそうだけどさ、もうちょっと言い方があるだろ。
まあ事実だし、適当なところでやめようよ。
俺は嫌だぞ。兄ちゃんと同じになるくらい教えてもらわなきゃ困るからな。
無理だよ。だって体が全然違うもん。
だよね。
The boys ran up to Kiaru and formed a small pack around him.
できる限りはやるが。
Kiaru shot a glance at Nozome. A smile naturally came to his face.
望み次第だな。こいつが飽きたら俺もやめる。
クロ？僕に押し付けるのは卑怯だよ。
This was your idea. Perhaps because the heat in her body was still too much to contain, Nozome responded in a panic.
お前の命令で始めたんだから当然だろう。
それはそうだけど、君だってずいぶん熱心に教えてるよね。もう命令じゃなくて、君自身楽しんでるんでしょ？
いや、別に。
もっと外面だけでも肯定してよ。完全に僕がやらせてるみたいに聞こえるでしょ？
You did.
その通りだ。
のぞみちゃん、押し付けがましいよな。
兄ちゃんの気を引きたいのはいいけど、雑すぎるよ。
黒お兄ちゃんは面倒そうでもないよね。
そうだよ。クロウだって僕とこうしてするのが楽しいよね。
どうでもいい。
うわ
今の本音じゃないよね。照れてるだけだよね。クロウ、ちょっとちゃんと答えてよ。
のぞみちゃん、乳くり合ってるのもいいけどさ、俺たちそろそろお昼だから呼びに来たんだよね。
ああ、すまん。手間をかけさせたな。行こうか。
The boys cheered in agreement and walked toward the hospital ward. Kiaru took a step after them.
クロウ。
The next day, after having lunch, Kiaru taught the children swordsmanship in the hospital garden. The 5 of them did their best to swing their swords, but... so shoddy. That was his impression, and it wasn't all that surprising.
兄ちゃん、どう？うまくなってる？
最初に比べればな。
素直に褒めてくれないよな。
しょうがねえだろ、下手くそは下手くそなんだから。
は？お前も大して変わらないだろ。
Yes, but I know I suck. That's the point. If he says that, I'll die laughing.
二人とも言い争っててもうまくならないよ。
やめたいなら言ってよ。一緒にやめるから。
そうだな。全員やめてくれてもいいぞ。
俺は続けるよ。そうじゃねえと兄ちゃんがのぞみちゃんに怒られるだろ。
確かに。
それはそれで言い訳するのが。
みんなやる気ないな。
やる理由にのぞみちゃんを持ち出してるだけだろ。兄ちゃんにやめられても困るし。
そりゃ困るな。
The 3 of them nodded and stared at Kiaru.
心配しなくても、のぞみが満足するまでは付き合う。ほら。
The boys turned their eyes toward the forward and began to swing again. Kiaru walked behind them, adjusting their stances whenever they deviated from the ideal movements. They really are shoddy. They're kids. They were average at best, or just a little talented. Having said that, they didn't possess anything to raise Kiaru's poor evaluation. He didn't have the basic emotions within him to feel anything regarding someone else's skill to begin with. Could he kill them or not? Would they be easy or hard to kill? That was all his evaluations amounted to. This was a waste of time. As such, that was his only conclusion. He gripped his own wooden sword, then gradually put his strength into it. Wrist, forearm, elbows, biceps, shoulder. He followed the process, spreading strength through his whole body. His muscles did as he commanded. There was no deviation to his movements whatsoever. He was one in body and mind, so he could already do exactly as he imagined. He wasn't supposed to have the time to bother with training children at this point, but he didn't really have anything else to do either. Is this too much for me? When he watched their inept movements, something hazy fogged up in his chest. Their inexperienced and incomplete bodies were nothing like his. For who was he to make such an appraisal? He wasn't human, he was less than human. And what was even the point of appraising them? What would she say if he told her about this? My God, man, we need a counter for how many times we've seen this. He'd long lost the ability to ask. Kiaru shook his head and returned his focus to the present. Compared to them, Nozome is a fair bit better, though. As he adjusted the children's stances by their wrists and ankles, his thought drifted to the girl who was mysteriously absent. She was quick to learn and had good form. When told what she was doing wrong, she fixed it right away, and she never forgot. She didn't have much stamina, but could still keep up with Kaoru's methods. Perhaps she simply had a disposition for it, or the talent. The same applied when it came to sex. Damn it. She used her slender body and childish appearance to fan a man's desires, greedily inciting him towards ejaculation. Her insides were so pleasant that it was no exaggeration to call them a finely crafted masterwork. It rendered the brakes on his impulse to violate her utterly inoperable. She always lost control of herself, but she still made calculated moves. She made others work, made them move. In truth, the doctors and nurses found no fault regarding her relationship with Kaoru. She was such a pitiful girl, so there was no helping it. They were under the impression they'd come to that conclusion on their own, but they'd actually made to think that way. Kaoru believed this could only be described as a God-given talent. If she wasn't a woman, or if she could have children, she might have ended up as someone pretty important. On Nanawa Island, specifically among the 7 noble houses, and House Shiki, and from what he'd learned from waking up, women had far less influence than men. What's more, a woman couldn't provide an heir had very little worth. It was normal to doubt the meaning of their existence. Nozomi had actually been forced into this hospital for that exact reason. Perhaps it was familial compassion that prevented them from secretly disposing of her. It was questionable whether compassion existed for someone who made no worth and whose existence was meaningless, though. Kaoru at least understood that such facets were part of being human. God damn it, I need a counter. Yes, that was surely what compassion was. He didn't know whether that conformed to what people actually felt, though. Someone legitimately just take a counter for that. So that's where we'll leave it, guys. So thank you for joining me for this one, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye, everybody. Everyone turned around to face the sudden voice.
のぞみちゃん何言ってんだよ。まだ始めたばっかりなのにさ。
いいから中止。クロはこれから僕と街に出るんだから。
兄ちゃん、知ってた？
いや、全く。
のぞみちゃん、またそういう。
What, the wife's the made-up character? Or, oh, no, I know what you mean now.
やめるならやめていいけどさ。
I kind of miss our crazy horny wife, though. I kind of miss her, compared to the new chick. That's why you should join the Patreon. I really do miss the wifey we had. I kind of like Crazy, the other Crazy.
なんでみんな慣れた空気になってるの？
So for those that don't know, I am playing this around my supporters, which if you'd like to see these games done live, think about joining the Patreon or Subscribe Star. It's a lot of fun.
ほら、キビキビ動いて。クロ。
いや、本当に聞いてないが。
よーく思い出してよ。
もしかして、恋人らしくしてやるって言ってたやつか？
そうです。ほら、わかってたくせにもう。
If you were not paying for our hospital bills, I swear.
いいよ。僕はクロの恋人だからね。こういうじゃれつきも許してあげる。
いや、俺はお前の。
Yeah, our boy is a kind of a man whore now.
僕の。
An air of intimidation hung over Nozomi's smile. The boy stepped back from Kaoru, waiting to see how things went. Having said this wasn't enough to get Kaoru to say what she wanted.
なんでもない。
も もう、そこは認めてよ。認めろ。僕がお金出してるんだよね。
You want him to say things like I love you and shit when you're just pointing out that you just pay for everything. There's no love. I have just become the man whore.
そうだな。
Oh, are you getting the echo from the voicing? Let me know if it still happens, because I might have had my audio. Oh, there we go. Let me know if it still happens. I had my mic in the wrong spot.
それで、僕に言うことは？
Let me know if that's better.
町には付き合うから落ち着け。
Yeah, my mic was a little too forward. That's what did it.
はーい、現地取りました。そういうわけで、みんなは適当に遊んでてね。
I need a longer arm for my microphone, or I need to actually move my microphone, but that involves moving my entire desk, which is not something I'm looking forward to ever doing until I move, so I may have to just get a longer arm or something.
合いびきだよな。
はっきりそう言わない感じが。
お金がどうこうって言い訳臭いよね。
God, even the kids are calling you out, lady.
兄ちゃん大丈夫？面倒じゃない？
Okay, all three of these boys I want protected at all costs.
まあ、二人とも楽しんできたら。
そうですよ。クロウと僕はこれから街で合いびきするのです。
I really don't think she's much younger than him, because I don't know how old we are. If I'm guessing, she might be a year younger than Kiaru.
だから君たちは早く行って。ほら、あっち行け。
Nozomi shooed the boys away, and they scattered like ants back to the hospital ward. Kiaru stood his wooden sword against a tree and stretched before focusing himself and looking her way.
じゃあ行くか。
行く。
I don't trust this game. They might not have a high life expectancy. Oh yeah, no. After we saw what we saw at the wedding, I agree with you. By the way, for those that don't know, I think we still have her eye, and was it her tongue or something? We still have that? Kiaru took the initiative and started walking. Nozomi trotted up behind him, and she moved past him and then turned around and looked up at his face. I have been warned about a future character in this, and I'm not going to spoil it, but there might be a cannibal counter happening.
楽しみなら楽しみって言えばいいのに。クロウってばテレ屋さんなんだから。
逆らえないなら早く済ませたいからな。
God, I like Kiaru. He just looks bored by everything.
聞こえない、聞こえない。
She is a brat, 100%.
いい？
Someone likes long pig,
僕
maybe.
と君は恋人として買い物に行くの。いかにも他人ですなんて真似はしないでね。
好きにしていいが他人だぞ。
So here's the funny part. You have to remember this part all is a story being told to a reporter. So I really want to know how the adult scenes are being told to him, because that is really funny of an idea that they are out in public at a cafe and this guy is being told this stuff. Because again, this is somebody telling him about this. Nozomi puffed out her cheeks, but she immediately smiled and wrapped herself around Kiaru's arm.
他人だけど避けないんだよね。
理由がないからな。
そうだよね。クロウは止める理由がないから毎晩僕の体を貪ってるんだもんね。
It's because you pay him.
ああ、面白いし気持ちいいからな。
Yeah, no, just to point out, Kiaru has mentioned this quite a lot. This is just fun for him at this point. He's just doing it because he's bored, I think.
そういうのに素直なところ好きだよ。クロウは僕のどこが好き？
It's a girl telling this to a guy reporter.
もう言っただろう。
That's why it makes it funnier.
それだけとかひどくない？
The chat's just like, oh. Yeah, just imagine that because it makes it funnier now.
嫌いなところはないし、恩義は感じてるぞ。
Reminder, folks, This was made by the, apparently the woman who made Nikopata. The Nikopata series. This is hers. She made
言い
this.
方変えただけじゃない？
That never stops. I also didn't know that the person that made Nikopata, because I get a lot, I have them, I've gotten a lot of requests for them, was a woman. I actually didn't know that.
どうしろと。
もう、わかったよ。わかってたけど、改めて、君の感覚って全然当てにならないよね。
まあ、そうだな。
He didn't understand. He couldn't be made to understand. So this was actually a request game from somebody on the Patreon, and I will keep them anonymous until I have a reason to blame them. Yeah, Nico Para is like a cat girl game. I don't know much about it. I have them, but I've never really played them. This had remained the same ever since his time at Nanawa Island, and likely remain for the rest of his life.
好きとかもよくわかってないみたいだから、とりあえず、体の関係を続けているのはよしとします。これでも妥協してるんだからね。
なら、恋人みたいにしなくてもいいのか？
するな。
Surprise, it's a much cheerier game from what I've seen. Yeah, no, I was surprised by the person that requested this specifically told me that. And I had heard a little bit about Nico Para. That's why I was legitimately surprised when they said this is the same dev. It's a woman. And she, I guess, just wanted to prove she could make something darker. Apparently she did from everything I've heard about this and what we've seen so far. Nozomi's face turned red as she tugged on his arm, guiding Kyaru into town. The hospital sat somewhat high compared to its surroundings. After heading downhill, the two emerged at the side of the main street. Nozomi dragged Kyaru along, looking at the lines of shops all the while. He had a grasp of the local geography, but this was actually his first time going out. I guess it's not all that different from Nanawa Island. This was the mainland, but close enough to get to Nanawa Island by boat. It was about 40 kilometers from the harbor that traded with Gosha and Riku. So one side of the town ran along the east. If House Futara was behind the incident on Nanawa Island, then it wasn't out of question for them to attack Kyaru, seeing as he's related to the Shiki, no matter how minor the relation was. Yasaka Io had likely chosen this place because she had apprehensions of the possibility. The town wasn't flourishing enough to be busy to hide in, nor was it desolate enough to be devoid of people. Combined with the hospital that excelled at keeping its patients a secret, it would be no simple feat to find him.
これ綺麗。ねえねえ、どう思う？
He was urged in front of a shop lined with accessories. He'd gone out shopping quite a few times on Nanawa Island, so he was used to accompanying a woman for this sort of thing. My man, you have regrets in your life because a woman is shopping. The way she was so earnest and relentless, looked around for something that would match him was so... Okay, no, I legitimately am gonna need a counter for that one. That has to be like the 20th time.
これなんかいいんじゃないか？
そう？似合う？
Nozomi picked up a small hairpin, ornamented with a gorgeous shell, putting it to her hair.
ああ、ただそれをつけるなら、髪型や服も整えないといけないな。
そっか。ならお預けかな。おじさん、ごめんなさい。
He keeps thinking about that, because he really does miss Kyoko, so I think he was actually legitimately in love with Kyoko. The shopkeeper saw Nozomi off with a smile, thanking her for stopping by. His eyes were fixed on both Kyaru and Nozomi, filled with curiosity.
なかなかうまいものが見つからないね。さ、次行こう。
Nozomi hummed as she started walking again. Kiaru had no idea what had her in such high spirits. Were women happy to be treated exactly the same as someone else? Or at the very least, he didn't feel anything close to happiness if Nozomi did the same things for him that she had. You all thought I was joking about this thing constantly popping up, didn't you?
ねえクロ。
Because I've done a few episodes without the fans, and now they're just seeing what I keep talking about off stream.
さっき髪型とか服もって言ったけど、どんなのが似合うと思う？
そうだな。髪はもう少し伸ばして、少しゆったり幅が出せるようにするといいかもな。
ほうほう。
それから、その服はいかにも西洋風で、のぞみの顔立ちや体によく合っているけど、それだ。
ふんふん。
だから、普通の格好になってしまうが、帯や布を選んで、しっかりした着物をしつらえればもっと。
Chat, does anyone know what he's doing right now? Because I know what he's doing. Kiaru, no. Kiaru, stop it.
夜の乱れ方に見合った風になる？
そういう言い方だな。
God, you ruined it, girl.
なるほどね。それがクロの好みなんだ。僕のこと、そうしたい？ね、したい？
いや、どうでもいい。
考えてるとき、すごく楽しそうだったよ。僕をそういう風にしたいんでしょう？違う？
Oh God, he's just so done with her.
ああ、呆れた声出さないでよ。
Yeah, no.
嬉しかったのに。
You were doing good and then you had to ruin it.
君が真面目に僕のこと考えてくれてるって思ったのにな。
No, he was having a PTSD moment.
真面目じゃないのはそっちだろう。
Nozomi stared back at him blankly, then burst into laughter.
そういうこと言っちゃうんだ。やだな。僕はいつだって真面目なのに。
With that, she spread her arms and walked ahead. That's actually a nice picture. Look at that. Her dance-like steps naturally attracted the attention of others. No, she'd been the center of attention from the very beginning. Nozomi's outstanding looks and otherworldly atmosphere simply had enough power to make that happen. It'll be pretty useless to try and avoid her like this, huh? Fortunately, Kiaru was used to this kind of environment. Even back on Nanawa Island, he... Not again. Oh.
来ないと置いてっちゃうよ。
ああ、今行く。
I miss Kyoko. In contrast to what he was saying, Kiaru's feet felt heavy. He didn't understand why. An obvious answer came to mind, but was he the type of person to end up like this because of something like that?
もう、ノロノロしてないで早く。らしくないよ。
No, I legitimately want to see what the big deal about that game is. He wasn't. He wasn't supposed to. Nozomi wasn't his girlfriend, and he didn't think of her that way.
そうだな。
めんどくさがってる。
I've never met a man that likes shopping.
そんなことはない。
Yes, it couldn't be. So why was he like this? Because he was out shopping with her? Had this been building up in him? Had something been planted in him? Even though Nozomi wasn't his girlfriend.
だったら行くよ。
Again, really nice art. Finally, tired of waiting, Nozomi held her hand out. Kiaru took it and she started walking again with a tremendous smile.
まずは服を見てもらって、それから髪結い屋さんに行って髪型も選んでもらわなくちゃ。
俺が言ったことを気にしすぎだ。
だって好きな人のお気に入りになりたいんだもん。今は無理だけど、髪が伸びたら全部 部君の好きなようにしてあげる。飾りも髪も服装も内側だけじゃなくて外側も。そうしたらクロウだって僕のこと大好きになってくれるよね。
どうだろうな。
否定しなかった。やった
They are making it too obvious at some point this chick's gonna die horribly. Kiaru fell silent. It was as if he had been stabbed in the chest. Nozomi had strengthened her grip on his hand.
僕頑張るからずーっと見てて。何もかも君好みになって好きって言わせちゃうんだから。それまではいっぱいほじくって好きにしてね。苦労の手おっきい。
Nozomi started walking again in a great mood, pulling Kiaru along next to the next shop.
のぞみ、少し休むか？
いいよ。楽しかったけど疲れた。
Their shopping trip, well, window shopping trip, had reached a good point to rest a little. Kiaru had made the suggestion, having read the flow of the mood, and Nozomi agreed. She sat down in front of a tea house, holding a finger up to the waiter, who came to get their order.
お団子3つちょうだい。あとお茶ね。
The waiter confirmed her order, then went back inside, and Nozomi stretched and caught her breath.
疲れたみたいだな。
棒振りしてるから前よりは体力ついたけど、苦労と一緒だからってはしゃぎすぎちゃった。
Don't worry, I don't like clothes shopping either. She giggled an innocent... Well, I do like certain clothes shopping. She giggled an innocent smile suitable for her age on her lips. You keep saying that, game. What is her age? Because you have me worried. This had a somehow calming effect on Kiara's heart, which he got rid of with a shake of his head.
少し休もう。俺はちょっとそこの店を見てくる。
君の分も頼んだんだけど、どうするの？
そんなにかからないから残しといてくれ。
はーい。
Leaving Nozomi behind as she pouted a little, Kiaru passed through the curtain to the accessory shop. He'd accompanied Nozomi there earlier, but he had something he wanted to ask of his own.
いらっしゃい。何かお探しですか？
聞きたいことがあるんだが。
へえ。
The shopkeeper's reaction wasn't bad. Relieved that the man didn't find him too suspicious, Kiaru tried asking his questions.
そこの小高いとこにある病院だが、何か事情を知っているか？
はあ。
子供や年若い患者が多いと思うんだが、そこにひときわ目を引く少女がいるだろ
う？存じ上げませんね。
He had to know Nozomi showed clear familiarity with the town. As such, there had to be a significant rumor about her, as well as people who tried to dig up her circumstances.
お客さん？
ああ、すまない。記憶違いだったかな。
そうですか。まあ人探しとはいえ病人が相手なら無理にすると角が立ちますよ。
There's the warning.
ありがとう。それと
クロ遅い。
Jesus, you couldn't sit down for 5 minutes. Nozomi pouted and poked Kiaru's face. She had apparently finished eating all the dango already. Not that much time had actually passed, but perhaps it had been long time from a woman's perspective. No, this chick is just really impatient, yeah.
待たせたか？
待ったよ。
He could sense some sort of conviction behind her boastful smile. Didn't you just run out of patience? Or maybe she'd figured out that he was secretly trying to probe into her circumstance? Kiaru took a look at the shopkeeper, whose eyes were wide open in wonder. Upon noticing Kiaru's gaze, he put on an amused smile.
お嬢様、この人のお連れ様ですか？
そうだよ。もうクロったらお金も持たずに入っちゃダメじゃない。僕が来なかったらどうするつもりだったの？
すまない。
Nizome had been one to see him off knowing he didn't have any money, but he didn't feel like protesting.
ごめんね。どれ買おうかな。
Nizome started acting cute, looking at the accessories in the shop. Stuff like little decorative tassel knots for women.
確かに男が一人で来る店でもなかったな。
いえ、そんなこともありませんよ。贈り物を見繕いに来る方もおられますので。
そうか。
That's why she was on guard.
お客様のように白昼堂々来る方は珍しいですがね。まあお連れ様がいたなら納得です。
Perhaps this was simply a matter of the man's pride. Kyaru didn't really get it, but he nodded along.
それにしても可愛らしいお嬢様ですね。妹様ですか？
いや、いとこだ。
違うよ。
Oh, God, girl, sit in the corner. Nizome put on a proud smile and took Kyaru's hand as he tried to deceive the shopkeeper.
恋人だもんね。
I really want this one to die. I want Kyoko back.
のぞみ。
ごまかさなくてもいいんだよ。
I want Kyoko back.
君が僕にあれこれしてるって言われても僕は全然構わないし。
For the love of God, I want Kyoko back.
噂になるのは俺が困る。
苦労ったらてれ屋さんなんだから。
He is never leaving the hospital with her again.
これは失礼いたしました。
いいな。この人硬いから誰に聞かれてもそう答えちゃうんだもん。
それは女人の方にしてみれば大変な。
大変ですとも。
I don't think he was talking to you. I think he was talking to Kyaru. Nizome shot obvious glances Kyaru's way. Wait, no, are you comparing me with Nizome? She didn't think now was the proper time to be putting on this kind of act, but he understood that there was no point in acting flustered. That reminds me, I need to get my points from Infinity Nikki today.
努力する。
言ったね。期待しちゃうよ。
You cannot die fast enough.
こちらはこちらで大変ですな。
The shopkeeper smiled gently at Kyaru. This is like a bro moment, isn't it? Thinking back on it, the man had been a lot stiffer when Kyaru first questioned him. He'd started acting like the moment he knew Nizome was accompanying Kyaru. For the time being, he now knew that the townspeople saw her in a favorable light. He didn't know the reason of this yet, but maybe her parents had made donations to the hospital or something in exchange for some secrecy.
硬くてすまないな。
いいよいいよ、気にしないで返してもらうから。
I'm not really suited for stuff like this. As a Yasaka, Kyaru specialized in killing. Gathering information and making plans were meant to be done by someone else. He'd felt this way with her too, but maybe I just need people like this with me.
今僕のこと褒めたでしょ。黙ってても分かっちゃうんだな、これが。
Kyoko, I'm sorry, come back. She was cuter too. Nevertheless, she couldn't replace her.
褒めてないぞ。
そういうことにしておいてあげるよ。あ、おじさん、これちょうだい。
Nizome, sorry about that, held out several glass marbles in her palm. Then she paid the shopkeeper with small change.
毎度、どうぞ今後ともごひいきにお願いしますよ。
ああ、最後に一つ伺いたいんだが。
はい、何でしょ
う。7。
ほらほらほら、早く行こう。ね、僕放っておかれたせいでお腹ペコペコだ
よ。Oh my god, I want Kyoko back.
さっき団子3つも食って。
お腹減った。
So he slapped Kiara's butt and he figured out that was a bad idea to ask about that. Oh, does she know about Nanawa Island? Ooh, guys. Could she be somebody from Nanawa Island? That might make sense. Nizome desperately pummeled Kiara's butt, back and shoulders with her fist, but he was as sturdy as that the act looked like nothing more than an adorable joke.
わかった。わかったからやめろ。
言いたがるまでやめない。
Kiaru walked out of the shop, Nizome pounding on his back all the while, and sensed a sharp gaze from the bowing shopkeeper. So I think that's where we're going to leave it for now. But I think there is definitely now more to her than what we're seeing. So we'll find out next time. Welcome back to Dollhouse of Offering. Wrong button. Nozomi panted, looking at the Karu resentfully.
軽率な質問だったな。
本当に世話が焼けるんだから、聞きたいことがあるならまず僕に聞いてよね。
Maybe I don't want to ask you.
入院してるのぞみがそんなに事情通だとは思わなかった。
確かにそうだけど、結構頻繁にここには出てきてるし。
Kiaru came to a conclusion based on her fishy behavior that she is hiding shit.
無断外出か。今日のもそうか。
バレてないから大丈夫だもん。それに見つかっても許してもらえるようにするから。
あの子たちを病棟に返して俺とのぞみの姿が見えない時点で察してそうだけどな。
だって恋人したかったんだもん。
ああ。
Kiaru stared at Nizome as she acted despondent. At the very least, he wanted to figure out her circumstance. His actions earlier had definitely been for that purpose. Do I have an interest in her aside from sex? If so, acting cold now would do him no good.
俺も一緒に謝るよ。
Nizome's expression brightened up as she walked away from the main street. Kiaru took a sniff in that direction and could smell the salty air.
こっちは海か。
そう。苦労が聞きかけたことに答えてあげたいけど、できるだけ人目は避けたいからね。
わかった。
Kiaru nodded and Nizome continued walking, suddenly acting far more serious but still a little merry.
やっぱり直接来ると潮の香りがすごいよね。
どうかな。俺が住んでたのは山の中だったから見る機会はあったが直接触れた回数は多くない。
Kiaru watched Nizome play in the water with her feet. Judging by the current flow of events, it was clear she knew that of Nanawa Island and its current situation. He didn't feel the need to force it out of her, though. Instead, the two spent some time here in a relaxed manner. I thought I'd be more impatient about this, but it turns out I'm not. He knew it was normal for him to have some attachment to Nanawa Island, to House Shiki, and specifically to her. Alright, go ahead, you know you want to show it. Or not. And yet, he was strangely calm. Did this indicate some kind of change of the heart? Or maybe Io's will had rooted itself deeply in his mind. Did that mean he should give up?
冷たい。
Regardless, what did this girl know?
ねえ、クロウはあの島の出身なんだよね。
病院の先生から聞いたのか。
あそこの先生も看護婦さんも 患者さんのことを話したりはしないよ。こう、ちょろちょろっと盗み見してね。
とんでもないやつだな。
普段からやってるわけじゃないよ。でも、君のことがどうしても気になったんだもん。たくさんして、すっごく気持ちよくなって。そうして目が覚めると綺麗にしてくれてて、苦労は寝てるでしょ？でもすっごく苦しそうで。
She kicked a pebble on the beach indifferently. The sound of it bouncing along the water's surface could be heard alongside the waves.
好きな人がそんなことになってたら、誰だって気になっちゃうよ。
そういうものか？
そういうもの。
Nizome replied cheerfully and smiled bashfully. Kyaru found this suited her a lot more than her being apathetic. Apologetic. I know words. It didn't feel bad. In fact, considering he'd been pretty much estranged from such emotions before, it actually felt pretty good.
それで、何が聞きたいの？僕が知ってることなら、なんでも教えてあげる。
そうだな。
The truth from the perspective other than Io's will. He thought he'd wanted to confirm the details of that tragedy, but to do that, he'd have to mention Kyoko. Kairu stared at Nizome for some reason. He averted his eyes. He didn't understand why. As an outsider, she wouldn't know the full details. That was probably the reason. In that case, it was best to narrow his questions down to the perspective of a mainlander.
今、のぞみやこの辺りの人たちから見て、あの島はどうだ？
すごく危ない状態かな。2年前に仕切る家が変わって、そこのわがままがすごいせいで関係が悪化してるみたい。
She was definitely referring to House Futara. Not only were they unaccustomed to negotiations with the mainland, they also had excessive pride.
さっき俺に質問させようとしなかったのは、悪化の程度がかなり深刻だからだな。
うん。この半年くらいずーっと、あっちの港は嫌な空気が流れてるみたい。こっちの方なんて知ったことかーって言われてるとか。
それは、
だから、商人さんや他のもろもろ、取引してる人たちが陳情書を出して、上の方も対策に乗り出す、みたいな噂が流れてるね。あっちはあっちで、なんか時代錯誤の忍者みたいなのを抱えてるみたいで、こっちの方にも入り込んでるって話だよ。
下手に聞いて回ると、患者だと目をつけられかねないか。
僕と一緒ならいいけど、苦労が一人でやって、あそこに入院してるんですけど、なんて聞いて回っても言い訳にもならないからね。
Nizome smiled and grimaced playfully.
苦労はバカ正直に言いかねないでしょ？どこぞの入院患者がなんで聞いて回る？嘘じゃないなら関係者か？ってなっちゃうよね。その疑惑が僕を預けてる人にまで届いちゃうと、最悪お別れになっちゃうからさ。苦労と一緒にいたい僕としては、嫌なんだよね。
Now it was Nizome's turn to stare at Kyaru. He took her gaze head on, and then he lightly lowered his head.
すまない。警察だった。
いいよ。あれ？そうやって謝るってことは、君も僕と一緒がいいってことだよね。
5 seconds, bitch. Stay on track for 5 seconds. Kyaru gave a little thought. He couldn't come up with a reason to deny her, so he nodded.
そうは思っていないが、そうらしい。
Nizome pumped her fist several times in joy and then walked up to Kyaru with a complacent smile.
ねえ、あの島に戻りたい？
どうだろうな。
Naturally, if he was there, even as a corpse, it'd be enough reason for him to go back to Nanawa Island. Just so Io's will testified, there were reasons for him not to return. Honestly, he didn't really give a damn how things ended there. Forgot what she actually looked like. There was nothing there for him anymore. All that remained were the dregs of the time he spent there. On the other hand, he could continue drifting in the steadily building flow of time. His brain told him this was the far more constructive and rational choice. Kyaru didn't possess the ability to make choices based on emotions. That part of him had broken back then.
よかった。
The girl in front of him smiled. She was right here with him in this very moment.
なら、僕にも望みがあるってことだよね。
She jumped and snuggled up against him. He was incapable of brushing aside her hands as they reached around his neck. Aw. Oh, that's so sweet. This is gonna get fucked. Their tongues didn't tangle, only their lips touched. Her chest pressed against his. He could feel her body heat from her tightly wrapped arms. Kyaru squinted as warmth enveloped his very being, whereas Nizome moved her face about, enjoying the sensation of skin touching skin. Her closed eyes and nuzzled against his lips while dangling from his neck. I love he still looks bored. All she did was fawn over him. It was comforting. In contrast to her obscene behavior while they had sex, she was like a tiny animal spurring on his desire to protect her. And if he messed her up now, it would surely feel great and be endlessly fun. Such sadistic desires began welling up inside him.
苦労ったらやらしいんだ。
He still looks so bored.
僕はこうやって触るだけでいいかなって思ったのに、大きくなってるでしょ。
5 minutes, bitch. Her peevish yet childish behavior fawned his impulses.
欲しそうな顔してる。でも、わかってるよ。君がまだそれだけだってわかってる。
Her lips twisted in amusement, but there was a different light deep in her eyes.
ここに来る前、どうしてたのか僕は知らない。知らなくてもいいって思ってる。だって、今の苦労は僕のものだからね。
Kyaru thought he'd deny her statement, but no words came from his mouth. There was a hint of truth to what she was saying.
でも、まだ届いてないのもわかってる。そういうのも全部ひっくるめて、僕に溺れさせてあげる。いっぱい甘えていいから。ね。
She squeezed her arms once more and brought her face closer. It was like the light of her eyes had turned into a haze.
安心して、好きにしよう。
It felt like her voice melted his mind through his ears, and their lips met once more. Aw, she's gonna die horribly. Feeling the light of the morning sun, Kyaru opened his eyes. The concept of a nap was foreign to him. His consciousness awakened like flipping a switch on a machine. However, that raised a tinge of doubt within him. It wasn't something he could put into words, but he didn't think it was a problem. No, it should have been a problem. If it weren't, it wouldn't have caught his attention in the first place. Yep, I knew you were coming in some point in this episode. Of course I remember. I haven't forgotten, nor will I ever forget. Someone counted. He closed his large hand, How long had it been since he last thought back to it? It was a reminder whenever she appeared in the ebb and flow of his sea of thoughts. He didn't dislike it. In fact, he thought it was a good thing, but that she wasn't always at the forefront of his mind. Is that strange? Is that why it bothers me so much? Even though I don't know what makes it strange? He stared at his fist and sighed. Kyaru wasn't confident that he even had such emotions to begin with. It wasn't as they matched with those of her, with others. He couldn't reply to Nozome whenever she told him that she loved him. Someone please count how many times. He knew he held some kind of feelings for her, but what he was feeling towards Nozome was completely different. When it comes to this girl, it was much easier to describe. Interesting, pleasurable fun. Perhaps those were exactly what comprised of like or love, and what he held for her was absolutely worthless like trash. I really want to know if somebody will count this by the end of this. And I'm thinking that it's different, or do I just want to think that way? In any case, this was all in the past. The past was now forever gone. If that was the case, then Kyaru and Nozome's lifestyle, considered lazy and depraved by human standards, an inevitability? We'll find out just how badly she got caught next time. Sorry for the short episodes, guys. My health isn't really allowing a lot of long stuff. So I'll see you guys next time. Bye. Welcome back to Dollhouse of Offerings. This is not my 4th time starting this over again. No need to keep begging me, good. I'm sorry. Kyaru used his full strength to twist and shake her head. Nozome's eyes shot wide open as she howled. Once Kyaru let go of her, she got off the bed and distanced herself in a panic. I miss our other girl.
朝から口づけしてくれるの待ってたのに。僕のひそやかな支部を返してよ。
You have never had to see me do actual lines for a game. If you think that having to keep redoing this can get it to be a nightmare, imagine having to retake the entire, one audio take, 20 times. Because of minor... There is a record out there, because I keep certain bloopers, and there are devs that have them. There is I can't remember the game, but there is one where there's 30 bloopers of one line, because they had to rewrite the entire line, because it was 3 S words all one after the other, and I could legitimately not say it. So they had to rewrite the line for me, because it was just me slowly dying each take. Nozome rubbed her head while voicing her resentment. Kyaru narrowed his eyes against her without a tinge of remorse.
そんなことをしたら舌を絡めてくるだろ
う。しないもん。だってクロネチョネチョのぐちゅぐちゅにするのより鳥みたいに何度もついばんだ方が後がすごくなるから。
Rubbing her lips, Nozome looked at Kyaru with expectations in her eyes. I'm really just want this one to go away, and I want my other one back.
そうだな。
I never thought I'd miss Kyoko.
もう僕も苦労の傾向がつかめたからね。すでにここ半月くらいはいいように手のひらで転がさせてもらっていますよ。
She's definitely gotten a lot better when it comes to handling my balls with her hands, that's for sure. So Kyaru thought seeing Nozome puff her chest out in pride. He kept to himself because she would never let go if he had said it out loud. Nozome tidied her hair up and breathed deeply while she stretched.
ねえ、クロ。
うん？
こういうのもいいね。焦らずじっくり。二人の愛を育むの。最近思うんだけど、僕焦りすぎてたのかな。と とにかく僕のゴミ箱でも役に立ったのが嬉しくて、少し離れたら捨てられちゃいそうで。
育む気なんて俺にはないぞ。
分かってますよーだ。苦労は僕にお金の方に侵されて犯してくれてるだけだもんね。
At least she knows we're a whore.
分かってる分かってる。すっごく乱暴に、でも急所ばっかりついて僕のお腹を重くしてくるけど、それだけだもんね。
I'm gonna be honest with you. I really prefer Kyoko so far and the way she talked. This one's just, I don't know, too vile. Kiaru was at a loss. Nozome's innocent, lovable charm had suddenly vanished, leaving only an expression of a woman in heat.
それだけだぞ。
二人とも起きたならご飯を食べに行ってください。早くしないと下げられますよ。
A nurse knocked on the door frame and called for them. Just as they were leaving, Nozome embraced Kiaru's arm.
ご飯ご飯、苦労とご飯。
のぞみちゃん元気ですね。
だって僕には苦労がいるもん。僕のそばが苦労の居場所だもんね。
We still have our ex-wife's eyeball in the table.
まあな。
He had nowhere to go and no money to his name. As a matter of fact, Nozome was indeed correct. You don't show it again. Okay. I was expecting it. I really legitimately need somebody at some point, like toward the end of this game, to do a counter for me. I want to know how many times it shows up. One afternoon.
異常がないどころか、見るたびにたくましくなりますね。
ありがとうございます。
After finishing Kiaru's regular checkup, the doctor smirked and handed him his chart.
もう見る必要はないですが、八坂さんもよく来ますね。
あれだけ眠っていたんです。自分では気づかない異常があるかもしれないでしょ。
I think the reason she does it is she thinks that Kiaru likes it. But honestly, I don't know. I feel like she's boring.
ありませんよ。ただ、患者の不安をほぐすのも医者の役目といえばそうですし、職業としてあなたの体に興味はある。
I love that he had to go, professionally.
従って断る理由がないですが、あくまでも不要な行為だとは認識しておいてくださいね。
先生は誠実ですね。
八坂さんは大人ですから、おためごかしをするより全て話してご自身で判断していただいた方がいいでしょう。
That reminds me, when I was getting my x-rays, I didn't have Kiwi with me because the little dumbass ate something and made himself sick. There was a therapy dog walking around. A big old, Labrador. A big silly boy was walking around and came immediately over to me.
なるほど。
Although he agreed, Kiaru tilted his head and thought, yes, I did pet Doggo. While the doctor was not necessarily kind, he was honest. He didn't try to curry favor from patients, but he was forthright with them. Maintaining a professional distance, I suppose. Was he a good therapy dog? Yes, he was. He was very friendly and very sweet, and he went over to everyone that he thought was in need. I was a bit dizzy walking from the x-rays, so probably that's why he came over to me. Should I be open with him as well? Kiaru thought to himself. After a few moments, he spoke.
のぞみさん、九両のぞみに関して話せることはありますか？
今更ですか。お話しできることはないとお分かりのはずでしょ。
でしょうね。
他の患者に関しても同様です。病気であるため入院している。それだけですよ。
I was probably also on edge given the hospital I was at was the one my grandpa was in last, so I was on a little bit on edge because it was in around the same area. There wasn't a hint of hesitation in the doctor's eyes. It's very clear in saying that this was the work and nothing more. Kiaru had no intention of finding fault in him for that. He didn't have such feelings when it came to Nozome or the children. He was speaking with him because there was something else that he needed to talk about.
何か問題でも、彼女の体調に関わることでしたら、お教えいただきたいのですが。
She's a really horny bitch.
いえ、俺が知っている彼女は、彼女からの評価と子供からの評価、それとたまに出歩く街の人の反応、それくらいでしょう。ですから、ある程度過ごした時間の長い大人、つまり、先生からの所見も伺いたいと思いまして。
知る必要が
あります。言い難いことですが、俺には行くあてがありません。このままだと、ずっとここで過ごすことになります。
結構なことです。
And suddenly you become a janitor. The doctor grinned with a beaming smile at the prospect of Kiaru continuing to be hospitalized. That just meant money from the Zome, to be precise. Money from her relatives or her parents would continue to flow in. Who was he to object that?
でしたらそれこそ、のぞみちゃんと過ごす中で知っていけばよいのでは？
そういう考えもあります。それに、九両のぞみも、それを望んでいるでしょう。
Kiaru fell silent and turned his head in thought. You know what? I've never said this, but God, can something fucked up start happening, please? Murder, cannibalism, kid killing, literally anything at this point because you're starting to bore me. Congratulations, you hit the part where I stopped caring. Oh God, it's coming, folks! Get ready! I apparently summoned it. What was what Nozome wanted, but it wasn't as if he objected to it. Sorry, I was fixing something. Then why is he talking about it at all? Okay, no, we didn't get it.
だからといって、それでいいとは。
Why was he having doubts? What doubts even were there?
他の人から見た彼女の人となりも知っておきたい。独りよがりの関係は虚しいですから。
Plot twist: the game ran out of fucked up things to throw at you. No, look, no, I know there's hold on, I'm pausing. Yes, I'm numb. He squeezed out whatever words he could manage, but he didn't like how superficial they all sounded. Still, he couldn't think of anything else to say. He didn't even have the need to say anything in the first place. Oh, I need to show you guys when we do an Ola Locale stream. So there's a YouTuber that I watch that, so there's this lol cow, well, really a horror cow who's like obsessed with a child cooking cult. And you have to hear how he reads his little creepypasta, because next time I get a line, I will read it the way this guy does. Oh yeah, no, it's hysterical. Like, this dude cannot emote, he can't write worth a damn. Like, it's really, really funny. We gotta do a locale stream and I gotta show it to you guys. Cause, bro's really bad. He's also really weird on how he likes to talk about child's asses being cooked. So, I'm just saying, that doesn't seem healthy to me. The doctor fell into silence. He seemed to be in careful deliberation as well as reluctance to speak. I promise you we will do a locale stream when I'm feeling better and I'll show it to you guys. In fact, maybe we take a break after this before the next game and I'll show it to you. He likely couldn't figure out how much he could speak about her.
一言で表すなら、妻女でしょうか。彼女が何かを致命的にできない場面を、私は見たことがありません。
Let's get a $10 donation and I will totally show it next. Kyaru nodded in agreement. She had aptitude for anything that she was taught, and that wasn't just limited to swordplay. While she seemed to be emotionally unstable or excitable, take a shot. She only ever showed that side of her to Kyaru. She never once made the mistake of dealing with others, or rather, she can behave in a way that she would be likable by all. At a glance, she doesn't seem to have any flaws in exchange for having nothing that really stands out, but she's probably acting that way on purpose. Kuryu Nozomi looks were excellent. From an objective standpoint, she could easily be described as a beautiful girl. Her slight egotistical streak did demean a little, though.
性格も天真爛漫でいたずらなところはありますが、嘘もつかない正直な子ですよ。うちの職員もうるさく言っていますが、あれは純粋に彼女を心配してのものですしね。
She looks to be a very promising girl, or so his tone and voice seem to say. The fact is, however, she wouldn't be able to leave this place. No matter how much she showed, Kuryu Nozomi's life was already over. I suppose the same could be said for me. Acting as one wanted, doing as one wanted. They seem to be similar in that aspect. However, a crucial difference was that while Nozomi poured her affection into Kyaru, there was no sign of the reverse of that at all. Nozomi and I are having sex because intercourse between a man and a woman is pleasurable and enjoyable. Perhaps out of goodwill? I don't dislike it, at least.
そんなに気になるのなら、診断表をこっそり覗けばいいでしょう。それができない八坂さんでもないと思いますが。
The doctor's words snapped Kyaru back to focus, and with a knowing smile, he looked at the shelves with each patient's chart.
医者の領分を犯そうとは思いませんよ。九両のぞみのこともそこまで深く知りたいわけじゃないですし。
それなのに聞きたがるのは矛盾していませんか？
そうですね。
Kyaru nodded in acceptance and shook his head. Perhaps he thought there really was something wrong with him? From what he could sense, there weren't any abnormalities.
まあ、人の感情というのはままならないものですからね。話し相手が欲しいなら、診察時間を外して、いつでもいらっしゃっていただいて構いませんよ。もちろん、のぞみちゃんの機嫌を損ねないように、ですが。
お気遣い、感謝します。
Kyaru bowed and stood up. While reevaluating his physical condition, he pondered how to spend the rest of his afternoon. I have medical exams today, so I won't need to have any excess training. But Nozomi is going to be latched onto me again, so I might as well walk around. From how she seemed this morning, she's still probably holding it in.
ああ、八坂さん。私からも一つお尋ねしたいのですが。
He turned around to face the doctor, who asked quizzically.
のぞみちゃんのことを、どうして今日に限って、名字まで含めた固い呼び方をしたんです？
After a small pause, Kyaru answered bluntly.
所詮他人ですから、そう呼ぶこともありますよ。
Even he didn't know why he referred to her that way only today. Oh, I think shit is gonna go down, actually. Another afternoon. Keep yelling.
あまり駆け回るとぶつかるぞ。前を向け。
わかってま
ーす。So that text stuff has just started happening. I wonder if things are gonna happen. Nozomi yelled back in reply as she danced about the people passing her by. She was quite a capricious girl, having clung on to him so tightly since leaving the hospital, but now she was running far ahead of him. In any case, it's easy to tell where she belongs. Nozomi's looks drew attention. The two of them stood out, since Kyaru didn't make any effort to lessen his presence either.
ほらほら、早く捕まえないと見失っちゃうよ。
Even though she was already a fair distance away, he could hear her voice clear as if she was right beside him. Kyaru felt strangely irritable. With a slight Quaker gait, he caught up to her in less than 10 seconds. Kyaru took her wrist in his oversized hand. Nozome's eyes went wide as she blinked several times.
クロウってほんと人間離れしてるよね。
どうだろうな。そう言われることは多々あるが、俺自身はそんな気はしない。
Nozomi looked down at her wrist and dexterously coiled her own hand around Kyaru's.
こんなに大きな手をしてるのに？
それは単に大きさが違うだけだ。
Leaving their fingers to intertwine, she brought herself closer to him as they walked together.
力も強いよ。
他の人も頑張れば力は強くなるだろう。
Nozomi expressed her doubts while she twirled her fingers about as if savoring his own. Her cheeks were just the faintest bit of blush.
さっきだってスイスイスイって僕のところまで来れたでしょ。あんなのも普通の人はできないよ。
いいや、できる。動けばできることで、やろうと思ってできないことはない。
Yeah, this game has been very peaceful for a while. We gotta amp this shit up. Back to 10. Come on. Come on. We can do this. Get back to 10. I mean, you came off the demon baby killing to this. You can't give us a demon baby killing from a box and then back to this. Come on. Kyaru's eyes were dead serious as he spoke. Inside, he was just as serious. It was just a matter of how distant one was from that possibility. In his case, that distance was extremely short.
僕はそれができるクロウはすごいって思うよ。それじゃあダメ？
Everyone watching this on YouTube, the entirety of the Discord supporter chat, these are patrons and subscribe star members you should join to be the cool people. We're all just yelling demon baby levels of shit now.
お前が俺のことをどう思うかは自由だ。
I will be kind of proud if that becomes a really dumb meme in this channel.
ああ、そんなんばっかりじゃない。
I'd like to remind all of you watching, you all kept going at it that I don't do enough horror. Well, now we've unlocked me just doing as many horror visual novels as I can that aren't just, to the point they're gonna get me banned.
いいですよ。僕は勝手にクロウのこと尊敬するし、勝手に大好きですよだ。
No homo. Nozomi puffed her lips out. Kyaru shrugged as if to tell her to do whatever she wanted. She huffed and curled her fingers around his. Her moist lips twitched, perhaps from feeling just a little bit awkward.
クロウなんて勝手にしちゃうもんだ。
This is just how this conversation just goes with her. It always just becomes this again and again. Kyaru caught Nozomi, who leaned against him. The two were like trees swaying in the wind as they walked. He made sure to walk in a way that they didn't bump into any passers-by, so there weren't any problems. There actually really is nothing amazing, though. It says right now during the game. That was what he believed, and that was the truth. Since being born, he always identified his distance from others as merely a difference rather than some kind of superiority. He just could not lessen that distance. Not once had he ever thought of showing someone the way. He never settled into teaching the kid swordsmanship. In fact, okay, it's coming! No, it's not. You can't just keep cock-teasing me now. I need the baby murder again. The baby demon levels of shit.
でもさ、クロウ。
You know what? I swear to God, and you all know this is true, those watching, the supporters. Every other episode we were doing, it kept flashing on the screen. The one time everyone's waiting for it, it ain't gonna show up. He turned to face the girl talking to him. Nozomi softened her brow and offered him a gentle smile.
こんな話してるくせに、僕たちのやってることってすっごく恋人っぽくない？よくない？
No matter what you say, he isn't going to say he loves you. As always, Nozome's body temperature was on the warm side. Feeling her heat from her fingertips, Kyaru surveyed their surroundings.
そう見えるかもな。
でしょー。もう困っちゃうよ、恋人だなんて。
Nozome looked around them and snickered.
でもね、クロウ、やっぱり君ってすごいと思うよ。
まだ言うか。
だってこんな大きな指で僕の中ゴリゴリってほじくるし、えぐってくれちゃうもんね。
Good lord, girl, can you go an entire day? No. Can you go an entire hour without getting horny?
そうかもしれないが。
かもじゃないでし
Suki
ょ。
eyeball for you.
そっか。そうなんだ。
どうかしたのか？
僕気づいちゃったんだけどさ、クロってしたいことは大体できるんだよね。
間違いない。
Technically she already bought one. He's just walking around with her. Girls are always pure. Points to this bitch.
じゃあ僕のゴミ箱にいっぱい射精してくれたり、口からビュービュー流し込むのが上手なのもそうなの？
Jesus, girl! Also, one day I'm gonna do one of these and actually show the chat room because it's pretty funny. They exchanged. Blah, 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 blah. Jesus, I give it up. They exchanged stares for a good few seconds. I need to take a drink.
そうだな。お前をそうするのは気持ちいいし、楽しいし、面白い。
Oh god, she sounds like a squeaky balloon. Nozomi's eyes grew wet. She let go of their joined hands and took a step forward. She nodded with a slovenly expression.
そうだよね。でなきゃあんなに僕のこと愛してくれてるんだもんね。確認しちゃった。わかっちゃった。
I miss Nanawa Island. Nozome continued to skip ahead. Kyaru thought to catch up to her, but stopped in his tracks after seeing Nozome waving at him. Oh, the bathroom. That meant he couldn't go too far away from where he was. He decided to take a look at the area around him and found himself gravitating towards a tea house that he had already visited a number of times. That is where I'm going to leave it for today.
それから団子をくれ。後で連れが来るから、そうしたらまた呼ぶ。
So, thank you for joining me for more Dollhouse of Offerings. If you want to see these uncensored, please think about checking out my Patreon or subscribe star. I'll see you guys next time. Bye.
じゃと、それから団子をくれ。後で連れが来るから、そうしたらまた呼ぶ。
Welcome back to Dollhouse of Offerings. I'm once again live around my supporters as we continue Kyaru's trip. I miss Kyoko. I do. I think so does everybody else in the chat.
はい、かしこまりました。
Because there's Crazy Horny that's fun, and then there's this character, this chick. The waiter disappeared into the shop's curtain to put in Kyaru's order, but he came back out for some reason.
あのお嬢さん待ちですかい？
うん、そうだ。やっぱり目立つか。
そりゃもう、お兄さんも随分凛々しいですからね。ずーっと話題になってますよ。
俺と彼女では見た目が不釣り合いだと思うが。
それがいいってもんもあるんですよ。それにお兄さんは美男子じゃないが伊達男だ。男ぶりがいいってのがプンプンするよ。あのお嬢さん、そういうところ可愛いとか言いません？
That was completely on me. Forgive me, guys. I hit a button by mistake. In fact, let me grab the log. Eh.
あまり言わないな。楽しまれている節はある。
そうでしょうとも。
真男よけになっているならそれでいい。あの見た目だからな。 変な奴らに唾をつけられでもしたらことだ。
あの病院の方々にそんなことする奴らなんていやしませんよ。
Huh. That's interesting. Kiaru nodded in thought. It seemed the hospital really was one of those sorts of places. Their ample funds were also being funneled into the town itself.
だとすると、わざわざ俺に何の用だ？進んで言いたいことでもあるのか？
いやね、あそこの病院には私も世話になっていますんで、変なことにならなきゃいいと思いまして。
変なこと？
When Kiaru drilled the employees for more, he lowered his voice into a hushed whisper.
お兄さんのこと聞いて回ってる女がいましたよ。30半ばか少し行ったくらいですかね。
Somebody was asking about Kiaru?
そうか。ありがと
う。いえいえ。それじゃあ、お連れが来る頃にまた伺いますね。
After the waiter went inside, a different waiter took his place, bringing Kiaru's tea and dango. He sipped on the tea as he sank into thought. His mind was not entirely surprised. Is it one of the Futara? Oh, right, those girls. Those from Nanawa Island don't employ the Yasaka, and they wouldn't do anything that would allow information to leak to me in the first place. Kiaru took one of the dango and slid it into his mouth. He pondered his course of action as he chewed. I haven't noticed them yet. That means they haven't gotten close to the hospital. Let's see how things play out for now. Either way, I don't have any more ties with the Nanawa Island. He gulped down the dango and took another sip of tea. Well, if they come at me, I just have to kill him.
ずるい。僕も食べる。おじさん、クロウと同じのちょうだい。
Can they kill her first? Nizome hopped over, stuck her head into the store's curtains, and yelled her order to the store employees.
それで？一人で退屈だった？僕がいてくれた方がいい？
Nizome asked him, grinning ear to ear. Karu nodded in response.
いないよりはマシかな。
もう、クロウってばつっけんどんなんだから。でも、僕は分かってるし、理解の深い恋人ですから、許してあげよう。
So she declared, resting her hands on her hips before sitting down beside Kiaru. Nizome rested her full weight against him, nudging against him incessantly.
なんだ？
分かってる？
ああ、うん。
一心停止しちゃった。
He didn't actually know at all, but he just gave an arbitrary answer, and that was enough to make her happy.
お、来た来た。あんして、
ああ。
Urged on by Nizome, Kiaru opened his mouth wide. After giving him a bite of the dango, Nizome happily ate the rest of it herself. He couldn't get himself to relax as she kept moving about restlessly, as if to rub her scent off on him. Let's just leave her this way for now. She was just like a cat trying to mark its territory. Even if they come after me, I don't feel like giving up the way things are right now. At the very least, he knew that much. Well, this isn't gonna go bad. And then, one night several days later.
うん。全員言われた分は済んだよ。
Okay, I'm sorry. With the line you gave us earlier, you cannot give us that line and then not give us anything. You gave us. Where's the dead babies again? I miss that popping up every 5 seconds. No, we're gonna keep going for a couple more games. I'm not in pain right now, Matt, so you got lucky.
なあ、そろそろ素振りにも飽きたし、やらせてくんね。
Yeah, apparently I stumbled into the good ending on school days. Who knew?
危ないからやめておいた方が。
Kyaru tilted his head to the side after he looked at the boys. They were calling me and I didn't even realize, or maybe I knew, but I was slow to react. Babies ununionized. I need somebody to go back and count how many episodes they've shown up in, because they were showing up in almost every damn episode. It was unthinkable. That part was much more important than going along with the whims of some kids who had nothing to gain from training and were slow to learn. He found himself second-guessing those thoughts as well. For quite some time now, something had been bothering him. It grew within him day by day, and he consciously sensed it. To an average person, it could be considered a discomfort. It was the first time he felt something like that, and he didn't understand what caused it. Oh my god, is she a succubus? Since when did he start feeling it? The last few days, the last few weeks, even months?
クロー稽古はもう終わったんでしょ？ほらほら、今日は僕に付き合ってくれるって約束じゃない。
Could it have been her doing it? Those thoughts were cut short by Nozome, drove into his back from behind. If his train of thought was interrupted by that, then it must have been that important, he reasoned.
ほら、僕にもっと構え。
I just screwed you for an entire day, girl! Still maintaining her bear hug, Nozome ground her head against his back. Kyaru felt slightly ticklish from that, as he reached around himself and patted her on the head.
こんなのでほだされたりしないからね。
なんだそれ。そもそも、のぞみに付き合ってるのは、今日だけじゃないだろう。
毎日だよね。クロウは僕のことなら何でも付き合ってくれるんだもん。さすが僕の恋人だよ。
God, she's annoying.
そうなった覚えはないが。
はいはい、クロウはテレ屋さんだからね。でも実績は確実に積み上がってるんだから、そのうち逃げられなくなるよ。
Stalker.
どうだろうな。とりあえず、逃げるための金がない。
僕にはあるからね。でも、お金があったら、すぐに出て行っちゃうの？
Abso-fucking-lutely. Nozome stopped flailing about from behind and circled around to Kyaru's front. She looked at him with an anxious, upturned eyes.
出て行く理由もない。
だよね！何があったって、クロウは僕と一緒だもん。よかった。
Who wants to bet this is the author's favorite girl in the game? I'd be curious. Apparently there's a bunch of other girls, too, that we're gonna meet.
ああ。お前たち、今日はもう終わりだから病院に戻れ。看護婦さんたちが窓から白い目で見てるし、昼寝でもしてこい。
I still want to know what happened to that box. The kids seemed like they were grumbling about something, but Kyaru didn't find it in himself to deal with them. Their words had no meaning in the first place.
ごめんね。クロウは僕がもらっちゃいます。
Nozome huffed almost boastfully. As she shooed the children away, they pouted, but they reluctantly returned to the hospital.
よーし、それじゃあ今日も行こっか。
毎日毎日、飽きないな。
So apparently the Discord, I'm gonna pause this for a second.
一緒にいろいろするの楽しいんだもん。クロウだって僕と一緒が楽しいよね。
どうでもいい。
お腹いっぱいに注いでるのに、僕が何度気をやっても全然やめなくて、壊れたおもちゃみたいに雑にして。
I want Kyoko back so badly. Nozome leaned flirtatiously against Kyaru. Her skin was chilly, but it radiated a bit of heat, and was ever so slightly moist.
ねえ、 本当に楽しくないの？
そうは言ってないが。
Nozome's alluring smile shifted into an innocent one as she skipped a few steps ahead of Kiaru. The last time we did it was 3 days ago? If that was the case, then she was probably pent up already. Kiaru couldn't help but form a tent in his pants as he spared the thought for the evening ahead. Motherfucker, are we going right back into a sex scene? No.
あら、お嬢ちゃん、こんにちは。
The salesman at the clothing store offered a smile to Nozome when she peeked in through the front of the store. They seemed to be acquainted by now.
今日もいい天気だね。どう？売れてる？
おかげさまで。ってお嬢ちゃんはあんまり買わないじゃないか。
いやいや、僕たちが良さそうに見てるから他のお客も寄りつくんだよ。だって僕たちほど美男美女なつがいもいないからね。そりゃこの人たちが見てるならってなるよ。
見た目がいいのは望みだけだろう。
やだなあ、そんなに褒めないでよ。苦労だってとっても素敵なんだから自信持ってね。
わからないな。
もう恋人の言うことが信用できないの？
望みからだとひいき目が混ざってるだろうからな。
まあお兄さんは確かに美男子ってわけじゃないね。
I don't get it. He really isn't that bad looking.
ほら。
そんなことわかってるよ。僕が言ってるのは見てくれだけじゃなくて、なんていうか、こう、すごくいいってこと。うわぁ。ねえ、なんとか言ってあげてよ。
どうだろうね。自覚のない方がいいんじゃない？お嬢ちゃんだって他の子に取られたくないでしょ？
絶対渡さない。
After her firm declaration, she clung to Kiaru's arm. Seeing that, the salesman laughed and told them to look back again later as he tried to escort them out of the store.
ほら、仕事の邪魔したら悪いだろう。首突っ込まないで、外から見るだけにしておけ。
苦労も僕が言ったこと信じてないの？
Dragging the discontented Nozomi discounted. Yes, she's a discounted Kiaru. Hold on 1 second, folks.
いらっしゃいませ。何かお探しのものが。さっきのお二人ですか？よくお使いいただいてますよ。
Overhearing the employee as he spoke to the customers, Kiaru and Nozome walked down the main street.
ほらほら、僕たちのおかげで客が入ってる。こうやって街の皆さんにも幸せのお裾分けしないとね。
それは
どうって？
Kiaru groaned in thought. He was about to ask Nozome a question, but pursed his lips instead. Am I happy? What is the normal definition of happy, and do I fall within that? Oh, you were happy with Kyoko? In the first place, why did I stop myself? It's a simple matter of asking her.
何か聞きたそうにしてるね。いいよ、僕にどーんと任せなさい。
I was so happy at the beginning part of this game, but wow, it's gotten boring. Nozome thrust her chest out, looking at him with eyes brimming with curiosity. Knowing Nozome, she would just tell me the answer that I want to hear. It's the best option, seeing as I have no one to depend on. Though he formed the words in his mind, he could only open and close his mouth wordlessly like a fish. It feels like this part of the game is just going in circles. I think that's the problem for me. Is they just keep stating the same thing over and over again, basically.
クロ緊張しなくていいんだよ。不安があるなら何でも吐き出していいし、僕にぶつけてくれていいから。ね？
そうだな。
He nodded and averted his gaze.
なら、また今度にしておこ
逃げられた。いいもん。夜にヒーヒー言ってる時に聞いちゃうから。
う。どっちがだ？
The best needs the rest of it. See, a lot of people said this game is really, really good. That's where I'm waiting for good things to happen.
もちろん僕だけど、だっていつも激しく愛されすぎてわけわかんなくなるし。
The way she muttered with her mouth hanging open seemed to fit her age, but her eyes, moist, had an unnatural heat. Yeah, we get it. She's a horny bitch. Jesus. What we also have like the eye and something of Kyoko, and we just have not addressed that since he woke up. It's there and it's just never mentioned again. The whole time. It was the same with the kids from earlier. There was something out of place. It felt as if it was a fanning of the flames of his mind and body which should not have been existent. But he knew the cause. Am I feeling discomfort at the children or Nozomi? If that was the case, it would be somewhat out of character for him. The kids who had nowhere else to go and looked up to him, Nozomi who had lost her utility as a woman and constantly sought his love, as if single-mindedly begging for help. Either of them were pitiful through the eyes of an average person and were an existence that sought to be aided. Even if he had no interest himself, he was fated to live in this world, so he had no choice but to follow common sense. Common sense left a long time ago.
期待せずに楽しませてもらおう。
僕も楽しみ。Come on.
Lord mighty, let something happen. Nozomi slapped her cheeks, which grew flushed. She seemed to be a bit too conscious of it, as it seemed like her groin was getting more... Oh, for fuck's sake. Good God, girl! You know, I make jokes about certain games, but damn, chick, you are literally the queen of horny, and I have not seen that in a long time on a chick. And I can't remember the game I'm thinking of. Which one had the, like the fucking hour-long sex scene that I bitched about so hard?
そうだな。我慢。
She's the living incarnation. They had this exchange many times, countless times, and just as many times they had sex after. Is this enough? Even though he asked himself mentally, there was no one to answer. Is he getting bored of it, I wonder? For moments, he admired the smile that Nozomi flashed him, then felt a light, almost minty chill run down his back. Countless times? Me? Forget it. What is the sense in all of these pointless questions coming to mind?
クロー、さっきからどうしたの？ほら、早く行こう。僕、小腹が空いちゃった。
お、そうだな。用を足してから行くから、いつものチェアに行っててくれ。
飲もうか？
What the fuck? Oh, no, this chick is fucking broken. Guys, we need a new one. Nozomi flashed an impish smile to Kiaru, who waved her off.
夜まで我慢しろ。
はーい。
Nozomi licked her lips as a show to Kiaru before walking off to the tea house that they often went to. Her steps were light, and Kiaru could tell that she was filled with anticipation. The food there is good, but it's troublesome that they don't have a toilet. Kiaru surveyed his surroundings, trying to remember anywhere that he was able to relieve himself. The public restrooms were quite far from where they were.
失礼。
Kiaru bowed lightly in apology for bumping against someone's shoulder, but his eyes opened wide in surprise. Oh! Is it going to be somebody from Nanawa Island?
これを。
Who the fuck are you now?
一倉の。
Ichikoras were... I'm trying to remember who the Ichikoras were. There was no way he would mistake her for anyone. It was the Ichikora Madoka from the Seven Noble Houses. What is the wife of the head of the Ichikora family doing here? She pressed a folded letter into him. The woman immediately left, but he reached out to her, not wanting to let her get away. I'm trying to remember which one's the Ichikora house. However, he quickly stopped himself. 15 of them. All at once, he could feel sharp gazes against him. Without changing his expression, he tried to pinpoint their location. If he were to chase after Ichikora Madoka, he would have to take all of them on as well. His body was already back to its former condition. What could this be? He really did feel discomfort. He wasn't even aware of Ichikora Madoka's approach, and she was directly going after him. And after feeling a mere 15 presences, he had already given up on his pursuit of her. Is this really me? With doubt still in his mind, Kyaru chewed on the events that had transpired. There was no doubt the person that he'd heard about in town who was looking for him was Ichikora. It was Ichikora Madoka who was being watched, and her handing him the letter meant that the attention was now turned on him. Finally, something happened. Yeah, I know. Hey there, game plot. Long time no see. Kyaru didn't know whether those were the Futara family's henchmen, but now that they confirmed his receipt of the letter, they would probably let their bosses know. However, they weren't given any orders to kill on sight. Half-baked. If it was bad for me to receive this letter, they should have stopped it right then and there. It didn't seem as if the presents that he sensed were moving, but he didn't let his guard down as he walked to the tea shop. On the way there, he looked at the letter in his hand. It was folded neatly but had wrinkles, as if it had been crumpled up before. She came to hand me this. Did someone throw this away? Who? Kyaru was about to open the letter, but his nose picked up on the scent. To be precise, the scent of someone. Hide it. In a rare moment of bewilderment, he hurriedly opened the letter. On the crumpled sheet of paper, written in messy handwriting, were the words, "Let's take everything back." It's returned, everybody! The plot has returned, and the dead babies. Kyaru did not know her handwriting. He was never blessed with the chance to see it. Thank you, Xbox. However, he knew her scent. He remembered how she looked last. He was told she died. He saw her shriveled up eyeball. Without her, there was no meaning in going back to the island. He crumpled the letter in his large hand and brought it up to his nose. So she's alive? Ah, yes, it smelled of her. Look at how nice that is. See, she's the better girl.
Oh.
It tasted of her as he swallowed. His stomach burned hot. Power filled his body.
Kyoko.
Just by uttering her name, his thoughts cleared. His entire body regained its brilliance. If he had been in some sort of heavenly limbo, he was now back firmly in the present world. He thought of just how foolish he had spent his time until now. The dregs that had built up within his chest finally dissipated. The feeling of discomfort that clung to his mind like pus disappeared in an instant. Man, you are just coming back in style, aren't you? That's right. Something continued to take root in his heart. He couldn't fully digest it, but he couldn't hold on to it. He had already gained something of that size. It was time to meet. It was time to take it back. If that was what she wished for, no, that's not right. That was what he himself wished for. to that end, it was time to put a stop to this. Alright guys, so next time we'll find out exactly what happens. So thank you guys so much for joining me for this game. Don't forget to check out all the links in the description, and I'll see you next time.